Woo! What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? We are live. We are live. I tell you, live is a motherfucker. See, I'm gonna wait till a lot of people come up here. We need some more people. Let me know who's in the chat. What's up, T Riddler? Salute to T Riddler. Salute to my fellow Baltimorean. ABM, Angry Black Man, coming out with his channel soon. Don't forget to subscribe. See, it's very rare that I'm going to come out live and in effect. If you hear a little background noise, your boy is cooking chicken. Guess what? If you don't like it, I'm going to do like my Baltimore Ravens today. Put belt to ass. I'm in one of those moments. Belt to ass moment. See, you think BGS, aka VHS, is a motherfucker. Oh, no, 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 no. See, Charles is the cracking jokes, cigar smoking, cognac drinking, jovial motherfucker. See, what I'm going to be tonight is going to be the destroyer of worlds. I'm going to take some of you bitch ass motherfuckers today to lands unseen and worlds unknown. Shout out to my other brother, the Marine, Lewis Collier. He said, y'all did my bagels dirty today. Hey, somebody got to pay the price. Somebody had to pay the price for their insurrection. Shout out to my Marine brother, my brother in service. But today, excuse me for a minute. Today, is going to be that belt the ass moment. Today, got my string beans stewing. Got my cognac sipping on ice. Come on, Marines. I need some tough men. I need some real men on this channel. I need some elegant ladies on this channel. Because your boy's about to address something real quick before I go into today's subject. What's up, Josh? Another brother, my brother in blue. Woo! I'm going to address a few things. Black pill. See, we're not talking to Sergeant Faulkner. We're not talking to Specialist Faulkner in the Army, Sergeant Faulkner in law enforcement. We're not even talking to Commander Faulkner in Black Line Security. You're talking to Charles. And I'm going to direct this one because, you know, I don't like to direct shit. But I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this very carefully and very honestly. Look, first and foremost, I'm going to say this to Gay Bay. You socially awkward son of a bitch. What you should not do, what you should never do, is come on any of my friends like Artists and MC's channels, which you did today, and come and insult me. You sit your ass down, you take a seat, and if you got a squabble, you either do two things. You go to that motherfucker's channel or you man the fuck up. See, I'm not this. See, I'm going to explain something to you, you fucking tether. And I ain't got nothing wrong with any black person who's not ADOS. Because I am Pan African at base level. But motherfuckers like you, I got something to tell you, motherfucker. See, you want to call my channel the graveyard, but my channel is still here. My channel talk black men off the cliff. My channel encourages black men to be better. My channel actually help black women to be better. What have you done? Because last time I checked, we hear screaming kids in the background, and unlike you, I will actually take the time to put down the computer, put down the cell phone, put down the tablet, and take care of my fucking children. You sorry son of a bitch. I don't go around looking for you because you are so insignificant to me, Mr. I wallow in obsolescence constantly. You had to get an arranged marriage to have children. Women are disgusted by you. See, every time you see me put an avatar up there, that's me. I'm not ashamed of what the fuck I look like, unlike you. Let's get this real funky real quick. See, I had to notice this one thing about tethers like you, and this is the reason why Hammer's so socially awkward. You motherfuckers couldn't even pick your own wives and your own tribes. Your parents had to help you. See, I'm live and in living color. Ask anybody who met me in person from the Black Manosphere. What you see is what the fuck you get. There's no man on this earth I fear. We all bleed red, and I am very capable of making any man do so if necessary. You don't go to anybody else's channel to pick little fucking fifth grade fights. First of all, Artisan MC is a grown ass man, literally somebody's fucking grandfather. Somebody's fucking grandfather. He's a grown ass man who does his content on a regularly scheduled program. You do not go to somebody else's channel, somebody else's home base, and disrespect them, you fucking idiot. You fucking moron. This is the fucking thing why the subject matter of today is so important. Because of losers like you. For all you motherfuckers who look down on FBA black men, notice they couldn't start Pan Africanism in Africa. Notice everybody had to come here. See, I'm really betting that people like you would never go back to your country of origin, your people of origin, to make the civilization better. Because one, you're too goddamn cowardly. Because when I'm talking about the courage of King David, that eludes men like you. And I call you a man only because I don't think calling you a bitch is low enough. Let's get this really out the way. Because if I called you a bitch, I would be insulting female dogs around the universe. You wanted this side of me? Well, goddamn it, you got him. And this will be the last time I even refer to a jackass like you. I don't do internet beef, I end them. I will tell you very clearly, I am not the one to trifle with. I don't believe in rematches. I believe in ending shit when it needs to be ended. I promise you. I fucking promise you. Anybody who knows me, anybody who met me, they call me two things: the negotiator or the enforcer. Which one do you really want to speak to? First of all, what you need to do is man up and send a formal apology to Artisan MC. If you want to talk about my shit's the graveyard of the manosphere, well, guess what? Call me Jesus Christ because I resurrect a motherfucker quick. There are a lot of black men who go through nothing but hell and high water and strife that I fucking talk to offline for hours. Oh, who I'm mad at? Gay Bay for disrespecting artists and MC's channel. And I have to apologize for having this lingering fucking turd on the fucking toilet seat to fucking say something on his channel. You that lost in sauce that you're gonna go to somebody's channel to talk about little old me? If I'm that much of the graveyard, why do you pay attention to me? You know why you pay attention to me? Because your wife does as well. Oh yeah, I'm your baby mama's favorite cop. Remember that. I'm your wife's favorite superhero. Remember that. Men like you are not worthy of my respect. In the word of Escanor, I don't hate you. How could I hate something that's beneath me? The only thing I can show you is my pity. See, this is the thing that black men don't master. Don't fuck with a motherfucker when you haven't seen his motherfucking evil side. Okay? Okay? Since this is getting me views, since this is getting me numbers, I'm gonna give the motherfucking people what the fuck they want. And this has been years before the black manosphere has ever seen this side of me. But where you insulted me was assaulting a damn good friend like Artisan on his drama free channel, and you gonna carry that bullshit there? Nigga, you need to be addressed. And you lucky we were not in a cigar lounge, we were not in a barber shop, we were not in a pool hall, or anywhere men of yesteryear used to reside. Because I'd have open hand slapped you like the bitch that you were, and still am. Oh, but no buts. Fuck you. You need to do what Colonel Guile said on Street Fighter 2. Go home and be a family man. What the fuck you worrying about us if you don't like us? Fucking idiot. I'm from a small land called Baltimore, where you learn very quickly, my nigga. You know what's good for your teeth? Milk. You know what else is good for your teeth? Minding your fucking business. We have a saying in the army: don't sell death to a death dealer. Don't sell water to a whale. If I'm the graveyard, you must be the maggot. I'm not worried about you. I'm trying to get my people better. I don't give a fuck about your fucking cartoonish fucking veneer having ass teeth. I've seen better teeth on Leon Spinks, my nigga. What the fuck? You don't go to another grown man stream without anything intellectually proper to say? Who fucking taught you? See, this is one of the reasons why I had to make this stream tonight. Number one, I apologize greatly for the fucking idiots that came over there to follow me. because we go to be true geeks of yesteryear. We were the true geeks of the 80s and 70s babies who had to fight when a nigga stole your comic book. When you got your ass whipped, you actually went to boxing, wrestling, martial arts, learn how to fight, and whoop that motherfucker's ass. You didn't run or you didn't deny that you love comic books or anime. All these motherfuckers love motherfucker. If you don't like fucking Ninja Scroll, Fist of the North Star, Project Echo, or Bubblegum Crisis, don't fucking speak to me about no goddamn anime. If you can't talk about Guyver, Akira, Thundercats, He-Man, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Silverhawks, Centaurians, don't talk to me. We're not on the same level. But you came to go to goddamn Switzerland to fucking drop a nuke. Or you thought it was a nuke, but it was a dud like your sex life. See, is it the reason why you keep trying to follow me around is because your wife's secretly trying to hit me up on every social media platform? I don't answer the bitch, that's your chick. Is it the reason why that you follow me around is because your wife is your wife is trying to not make you jealous and she's trying to convince you that 3 inches can actually do some damage? Why? Why do I gotta spend nearly 20 minutes to talk about this dummy? Because guess what? It gets me views. It gets me paid. It gets me seen. Since you want attention, I'm gonna give you attention, my nigga. You know that thing that the girls in school and college didn't give you? You know, because you're such a classless, dickless, nothing but pure bitch assness of a nigga that your parents had to find you a wife because you were incapable of doing so yourself. Yeah, that shit. Even Mela has respect. We may disagree, but Mela would not disrespect another man's channel the way you have. You senseless, stupid, wallowing in obsolescence motherfucker. I'm going to say this for the last time. Do not bother me in your insignificant, shriveled dick life ever again. Especially do not go to any of my friends' platforms and try to give some little schoolhouse beef of your non comical, nonsensical, juvenile, at best comments on anybody's platform, or I will dedicate a string 24 hours of fucking embarrassing you and getting paid handsomely to do so. You were not the first, but trust me, try me again, you will damn sure not be the last. And if and this is by the way, if you feel froggy and you want to jump physically in real life, I'm gonna say this to you, my brother. There's anybody who's willing to go hand to hand with anybody on this planet, it's me. Even when I'm not in wrestling shape, I still went toe to toe with with the second in the nation wrestler in college in fucking JUCO. I've sparred with top amateurs and pros in boxing. I'm not a nightmare. I'm a terror. I will not stop till I relentlessly break you. physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Do not try me because I will not make you my bitch. I will become your master in every aspect of pseudoscience and life. Please do not try me. I come in peace. This is the negotiator talking to you right now. You got one last time before the God of War wants to come out and fucking play. You don't want that man to come and play. Trust me. I'm going to tell you the same thing I used to tell people in Iraq and when I was a cop in Baltimore. We can be professional about this or we can be on some down home nigga shit. Either way does not fucking phase me. Now, go wallow on your lily pad, you fucking toad. Mm. Now, how y'all doing, folks? We got Mella, we got Big Mo, we got Namer, we got Kells, we got Mella in the building, we got my man, the Macho Man at Longo Savage. Oh yeah, we got everybody in the building today. Sometimes you nigga gotta get shit off his chest. Mm. Do y'all want me to drop the link so we could get on to the revised version? Because the revised version, I want to get the listeners in the chat on things, both black men and black women, to say things that black men don't do well. And tomorrow or the next day, we can talk about what black women don't do too well. Trust me, a lot of people haven't seen this side of me. You don't want to see that side of me. And I'm going to tell you one of the biggest things black men do not do too well. One of the things black men do not do too well is separating fantasy from reality. See, a lot of motherfuckers don't understand fantasy from reality. A lot of your favorite rappers died because real soldiers, real criminals, don't talk about what the fuck they did. They just did it. I don't have to live a fucking life of shit. I don't have to be the strong man. What's up? What's up, Lou?
Yo, what up, man? Hey,
What's up? What did I got my foot?
it's a damn shame that you got to waste time on a motherfucker that you have more testosterone in your toenail that you just clipped off than he'll ever have in his life.
And I'm sorry that sometimes real got to recognize real. Notice we may joke about inner service things like Marines and Army, Navy. But guess what? Some motherfuckers, even the women, have more testosterone than this bitch.
Yeah.
It, you can't say, you know what, I disagree with you, but this is the reason why I disagree. I'm going to ask anybody in the chat, even Mella, any woman, have I been afraid of debate and disagreement?
Nope.
As a matter of fact, I welcome it. I even tell my some Jedi Knights, some still Padawans, stand on your fucking square, but make sure your fucking square makes sense. Even if I disagree with Mella, that I give her free reign to speak. See, the problem is a lot of people believe that social media is real life. What's up, Kareem? What's up, ladies? I got all the pretty ladies. I got Mella. I got Kareem. Hell, even last night I even had And mahogany. Oh, I feel so good, ladies. Oh, Lord Jesus. My lungs. Woo! See, a difference of opinion gives people a nuance of what? Perspective, not perception. Because perception is what? How you look at the world. Perspective is how the world looks at you. If you come on my platform, I can't speak for anybody else. The one thing I'm gonna ask you to do is defend your fucking point, my nigga. See, I believe in true equality. I believe that man, woman, and child. If you're gonna say it, you better defend it. Because, like I said before, I'm gonna do like my Ravens today, belt to ass. You come to my house and don't flush a toilet after you took a major dump that caused the things, I'm gonna come to your house and embarrass you. See, the last 20 years, and I'm 43, see, I was the scared child back in the day. I was this timid thing when I was a little boy. But when I learned how to get down and dirty, when I was able to take a punch and throw a punch, take a motherfucker down, got taken down and learn how to get back up, I became the motherfucker people called when shit got heavy. That's pride to a man. Now we got this all-star cast of motherfuckers, and I do mean motherfuckers as an endearment. We got AB Media 83, my nigga from New York Kells, excuse me, New York. We got my fellow Baltimorean, ABM. How about them Ravens? And of course, we got Big Lou in the building, Red Pill Sleeper Cell, aka the Beige
Hey,
Raven.
hey, 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 look, sidebar real quick. Hey, yo, Lamar Jackson is still God, and he's always going to be God, and he's playing hurt. And y'all going to watch y'all mouth talking about my Lord and Savior out there, yo, because we ain't done yet.
Boy, he crucified them niggas today, did he? How
I
about
mean,
the
he banged up. Y'all going to stop talking. Y'all been talking a little slick shit about my Lord and Savior the last couple of weeks.
How
Good
about the
boy.
way Cal Van Noy looked like an oversized safety, didn't he?
Hey, that was a heady play. Hand it
Oh,
off to the speed guy. Did you
and
see
then
how
he
he stopped immediately? Like he wasn't about to run no fucking 90 yards, yo.
fuck no. And dude was
He
like, "Here's
handed
the
that
thing."
ball
He
off
said,
and walked off the field.
"Did
Fuck
that
that.
shit? Did that shit look like some Ed Reed shit?" Here you go, kid. Here you go, youngin.
And it brought back memories, man. Hey, they say 20 was at the practice recently.
That looks very familiar. How about Ali catching that check down pass, taking it for a touchdown?
I like that
Shout
kid, man. The more I see him, the more I like that kid. And I think they're gonna finally let
D
what's his
Hop.
name? Hill?
Oh yeah,
I think they're gonna let Hill go.
oh yeah. Because look at what's the running back they have? Sonic. I call him Sonic the Hedgehog. Um,
Keaton Mitchell.
Keaton Mitchell looked good, didn't he?
I think they're gonna bring Henry back one more year.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell
But
you
I
what
think they're
they
gonna
need.
let Hill go.
They're gonna probably let Hill go. Keaton Mitchell's gonna stay a Raven for a minute, and I think what they should do is bring back another power back. Because did you see how he was banging the motherfuckers up in the second quarter? Jesus.
Well, that's Ali. Ali gonna be the power back.
Yeah. They're gonna bulk him. Don't be surprised they bulk his ass up. They're gonna bulk him up.
If it was me, I would bring Henry back one more year, and I would tell him like, look. We're not going to run you too hard in the regular season. You're going to get the ball December going into the playoffs.
Yep. And you
That's
gonna
when
run
we're going to run the
motherfucker.
shit out.
We're gonna run your ass to the cows come home.
That's what I would tell Henry.
Yeah, man, he's fine with that. Mm.
Well, he don't have nothing to prove. He's already, he's a Hall of Famer.
Don't fuck around. Let that motherfucker get a ring with Lamar.
I think he's like 5th all time in rushing yards.
Mm-hmm. But definitely, you know, it's something that black men don't do too well. That I want to get everybody's answers on the panel. Black men are not very courageous in the sight of black women. What say ye? We'll start with Lou, and we'll go down to AB, Kells, then ABM. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Especially if you grew up especially in a single mother home, and you had that over domineering mother, and you didn't have any strong male influence that's in your life. That's absolutely true.
AB.
Well, sometimes you could have the father there, and we still have that timidness when mama's speaking. Unfortunately, sometimes the father's there, you still have that timidness when mama's speaking. Yeah, that's mama. So that's my big sister. That's why I don't go around certain family members. I don't have time for that shit. I got things to do.
Understandably. Kells, get on the conversation.
I'll definitely agree with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Even me, right? I'm gonna make it personal to me. Charles Franklin knew me for a long time in these spaces, man. And I was raised with all women, though. I'm lucky that I had my older brother. You know what I'm saying? But even he was gone because he was on vacation, as they say. So yeah, man. Yeah, I agree. This how the way I was moving in these spaces. So yeah, I definitely agree, man. I had to calm down. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Hey, it gets the best of us at some point. Now,
Mhm.
last but definitely not least, my fellow Baltimore Go Ravens felt the ass. ABM.
I think black men's number one problem is they don't work well with other black men. There's no brotherhood.
Oh, you know that was going to be next, but go in. We're building your channel. Go in, Black, though. Come on, man.
Well, I think it's just a product of the single mother raised kid growing up in the gynocracy. You follow after your mama. You never saw your mother get along with a man. So you go out here in the world, and then now you don't know, and you're just like your mother. It's only a select few men who you can get along with, and it's never going to be anything productive. It's not about pooling your money together, building shit, doing something. It's always going to be uh, 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 um, a competition with other men. That's where you get gangs and shit from. Like I said a couple shows before, it's competing with other black men to get more pussy. Who gets the fucker first? Who gets the fucker the most times? That's what it's all about. Instead of building our little enclaves like everybody else can. This is why other communities can have Little Italy, Greek Town, Spanish Harlem. You know what I mean? The small hats on the other side of Northern Parkway. Everybody else can come to America and have their shit except for us. It's because you never learned how to deal with other men. And you never learned that because you was brought up by your mother.
And you know what I want to add to that? One of the most criminal things you could do to a young man is stifle his creativity and his courage. We're not allowed, excuse me, we're not allowed to be mavericks as black boys or young men. When you listen to most of the men in politics, they sound soft. They don't sound thunderous. You think, could any white man verbally, acoustically, sound like James Earl Jones? Hell no. You can listen to clips of him as Darth Vader. Does that shit give shivers up your goddamn spine? Think about it.
Yeah, that's what George Lucas said. Oops.
Exactly. I want you to picture this, right? When you go to white households, white women train their boys to be leaders. Black households, black women train their fucking boys to be subservient. How do you know the training's different? When you go to a black household, what does the white mother ask her son just to start off training? You ready for the answer? You ready for the answer?
Mm-hmm.
Little, little things like this trains your boys to become leaders and to make a decision. What do you want to eat tonight? Am I making sense, fellas? Ladies, at 5 years old,
You
you're
know.
teaching your son to do what?
To be
That's a
decisive.
that's a wow. Who said wow? That was a wow moment, right?
Yeah, I said, wow, yo, I never heard that. No, I'm saying in my household, like what you want to eat tonight. No, you're going to eat what's already cooked.
Say no,
You
no, no,
know.
Kel. I want you to go in depth. What is said in the average black household?
Oh,
You
the
better you
mom.
better eat what's there,
Yeah.
nigga. Nigga, you better eat what's there.
Or don't eat at all. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
nigga, you ain't gotta eat nothing, nigga. You can not eat. Know what the fuck you think you are? Nigga, I've been on this. I've been on the receiving end of that as a kid. Nigga, you better eat what's here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fucking 6, and that's how I'm being talked to.
And remember, shout out to the elder black mover. If you want to come up here, I want you to think about that. That white boy. And see, people think that I'm not an intelligent motherfucker, which, if you haven't heard me for 5 minutes, using the word obsolescence in correct fucking vernacular English, when you study, and the one thing my mother always told me, and my father demanded out of me, is to learn thyself and to learn thy opponent. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
When you when you look at the two differences, and that boy has given a choice just by telling that boy, what do you want to eat tonight? Is teaching him to make a decision right then and there and sticking with it. But when you force somebody's hand, you're making them subservient. If Uber wants to come up, one of our elder guests, please do, Uber. Here's another thing that I want everybody to pick in on. What are the things black men fail to master? Y'all ready? If y'all
Yep.
ready in the chat and y'all ready on the panel, give me one big woo. Woo! Ah,
Whew.
black men have failed to master their destiny without pussy. Wait, Sarge. Wait. Is it one of your nicknames, Eric Hormonger? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But guess what? There are many moves I've made in my life despite pussy. Hell, some of the moves I made kept me from getting that pussy. A lot of black men are afraid to make a move that says, I need to finish my study. I need to finish my studies instead of this pussy. What say you going in the panel? We're going to start with the elder first, and we're going to go around counterclockwise to Kells, then ABM, then AB, then last but not least, Red Pill. Go ahead, elder.
Yay, thanks for having me, Charles. I hope you and gentlemen of the panel, folks in the chat are doing well. It's an interesting thing you talk about developing discipline to, sort of ward off, I guess, your lust and all the destruction that comes from that. I tend to have a little more of a empathetic view of black men in that regard. I mean, I usually look at things from the standpoint of, and this may sound cynical, but you kind of know who somebody is by age 5 years old. 5 to 7 years old, you know who that person's going to be for the rest of his life. So if you believe that, then you're expecting a lot of black men because there's some basic foundational stuff that they are not getting by 7 years old. And so they're starting out behind.
Speak on it. Speak on it, elder.
In every way. In every way, basic disciplinary things, basic attention span things, listening, being comfortable with receiving orders. It's one thing to take orders, but you have to be comfortable with taking orders. You have to be trained to be comfortable with taking orders. And, 3+ generations of baby mamas in, how many black men are getting that kind of foundation at the beginning of their lives? So it's some certain kind of rudimentary things that are not being laid at the base, at the foundation. And so, every generation, whether probably you can start with the Xers in terms of when the breakdown sort of started generationally, into the millennials, into, I don't know, zillennials or whatever, alpha or whatever, you're 3-4 generations into not having that foundation. And when you talk about sexual discipline, sex is a primal instinct. It is one of the most obviously primal instincts. You have to be trained and prepared to deal with that. That's not something you're just going to come into the world and have in place a way to manage that. And it's not just something that somebody could just tell you, boy, keep it in your pants. No, that's usually require like I say, very early in life, developing sort of being able to receive instruction and discipline and focus, so that when certain temptations come up, you have some sort of base of resistance against the temptations. And very few Black men develop that baseline of resistance to temptation. So if you don't have that initial preparation, yeah, of course you're going to respond in that most primal way, and especially if you are reasonably appealing to females and that they are available as such. It's asking a lot of many young Black men to resist, because they're not getting certain basic. I'm kind of rambling, but like I said, I'm a little more empathetic, because I don't see a lot of that help you get very early in life to begin to resist the problems that most of us encounter later on.
I appreciate that.
Wow.
See, I'm very empathetic, believe it or not, but real is real. And the sad part about it is, too many of us see our masculinity through the eyes of women, which is always going to corrupt masculinity with it itself. But who's next on the list, fellas? Who's next? We're going to go with Kel's next.
Oh man, I'm just listening right now, man. You can pass the microphone. No Diddy, you can pass the mic.
Take that. He should have said
Oh,
that.
boy.
Put away the baby
Go
oil.
ahead, AB. Oh, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, ABL. Go ahead, ABL.
Yeah, what was the question?
Basically, Black men fail to see their masculinity outside of female lenses, especially pussy.
Yeah, because you're taught at an early age that it's all about, quote, and forgive my language, it's about get the bitches. It'll be a woman to be the first one to sexualize a young boy. I can remember some of my earliest childhood memories is going outside and here's some friend of my mother's, or here's some neighbor, oh, look at my little boyfriend. Oh, he's so handsome. That's my little boyfriend. You learn this as a Black boy early on. It's all about being in the good grace of women, and it's never about you. This is why, like, if you ever watch a NBA draft or NFL draft, it's always the same shit every year. The white kid to get drafted in the first round, they're not crying. They're not talking about their mothers and, I'm going to buy my mother a house. Black kids, on the other hand, get drafted. That's the first goddamn thing they say. The first thing that this first round draft pick will tell you is, I'm buying my mother a house. Like Kevin Durant, when he won the MVP and he's sobbing and shit, and yeah, mommy, I love mommy, and mommy, you're the real MVP. Like he's some project kid. Kevin Durant he's from like Silver Springs or some shit. Your mother didn't struggle. But that's how he was raised. He was raised to worship the woman, worship the vagina, and your accomplishment can't be just your accomplishment. You almost have to share your accomplishment with a woman one way or another. And these are the very women that will then turn around and say, "Oh, you niggas don't build shit." You don't teach boys to build. You teach boys to worship vagina. One of the major problems in Black America is the worship of vagina, the worship of pussy. you don't see a problem with anything as long as you're, getting sexual access. Long as you can bust a nut. And as much as a lot of women love to complain about, oh, you niggas cheat and niggas cheat and this, that, and the third, what we don't like to admit out loud is that that's how a lot of women value you as a black man. It's actually a turnoff. If you was to go on a date with a woman and y'all getting to know each other and you're talking, well, yeah, hey, I don't cheat. Hey, I don't believe in having random sex with random women and shit. That would turn most women off. They don't want to hear that shit. In fact, you would be looked at as lame.
Amen.
So
Amen.
going back to what I said in the beginning, you don't work well with men because you're not taught to work with men. You're taught that everything you do, it's supposed to be for the getting the graces of a woman, your mother, your girlfriend, your baby mother, your wife, all that shit. That's how you're valued. You're valued on how many women you bang, and what women have something good to say about you. That's where your value lies as a black man. And I'll land right there.
That's some heavy shit. Who's next? AB. Go ahead.
Repeat the question one more time, just to get the proper context.
Black men fail at seeing masculinity outside of a woman's eyes, especially when it comes to sex and pussy.
Pretty much. That's why these dudes be worried about when a woman said a man's supposed to, and she probably didn't even grow up with her daddy in her life. Don't even have a damn stepfather, but want to go tell somebody what a man's supposed to. You think that shit happens in the white community? Come on now. Come on. And I tell young dudes, if a woman starts off a sense a man's supposed to, you're supposed to walk off. Yeah. And act like she didn't say shit.
As a matter of fact, a stepdaddy in the white community holds court.
Oh, yes.
A stepdaddy in the white community is sometimes held in more revere and more esteem than the actual biological father. Let me ask you this one question, right? For all my nerds. Does Clark Kent talk about Jor-El or does he talk about Jonathan Kent?
Jonathan Kent.
So what the fuck does that tell you?
He revered the man who raised him.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell you about the difference between the black and the white communities?
Can I use a black example if possible, Charles?
Go ahead.
Shaquille O'Neal had his father, but he never knew the man. But he had Lieutenant Philip Harris, his stepfather, who was a Jamaican American and was in the army. And that man was a Muslim. And that man raised his ass, growing up in New Jersey and whatnot. And from him, Shaq has a bunch of 3 younger half siblings. That man taught him what he needs to be as a man. Because remember, Philip Harris was a drill sergeant. That was his stepfather. But I remember he said, look, I have a father, but Philip is my father. He didn't have a relationship with his actual father until Philip passed away. Not because of spite or anything. He's just I just need to know who this man is and have respect for that man. Know who that man is, but Philip is the one who raised me. The man who raised you is like your father at the end of the day. I mean, I remember, what was it? Gorilla Monsoon. Yes, I got to use a wrestling reference here, folks. He once said, You only have one mother. Anybody could be your father. I never understood it until later on to realize, oh, I get it. And there are certain men who just like operate in a certain way. Some people just, I mean, stepfathers have that respect because they say, hey, if I'm going to take this kid under my wing, he's got to follow my rules and whatnot. Now, I can't check him too hard, but what I can do is address to his mother. His mother's going to have to address him. If she doesn't, I'm going to have to talk to the boy's father. But at the end of the day, you're in my house, boy.
See, I gotta stop right there. And Uber, who's in his 60s, correct me if I'm wrong. Back in the day, if that man is taking care of you, doing right by you, did he correct you in that? Did that stepfather correct you in that house?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a much more of a holistic environment. I mean, you would have stepfathers and you very often would still have the father around or involved, and there was a kind of polite acceptance of each other's existence, because it's interesting as you ask this question. I'm thinking back because I knew people and knew step situations, and it's interesting. I don't remember there being lots of problems when I was a child. Now I was a child, so I'm sure there were many things that I didn't see, but I don't remember the disrespect for the stepfather position that seems to be much more prevalent today. It just seemed to be sort of this was an environmental issue. Very often the lives of Black men in particular could be very disrupted, precarious. They may have been drafted, all kinds of things that might have negative, difficulty get employment. A lot of things that might have negatively impacted sustaining a marriage. But it wasn't just this wholesale, always just sort of disrespect for the birth father or the stepfather. Like I said, it was very often just a sort of polite, somewhat unspoken acceptance of everybody's existence to some degree. And because of that, it was easier to manage the children, because if all the adults are on the same page, then who are the children going to act up to?
And notice there wasn't a lot of manipulation of children allowed back then either.
No. In fact, you'd be much more likely for a birth father to say that's that man's house. The whole notion of that being that Black man's house, that was sovereign.
Mm-hmm.
That was the kind of statement that ended arguments. Well, that's that man's house, and that was pretty much terminated all debate on most things.
Mm-hmm. And what's funny about that, because I'm in my 40s, you're in your 60s, correct?
Right.
So I'm literally the child of your generation.
Right.
So a lot of times, the two men, when they were on one accord, that kept that woman in check, didn't it?
Oh yeah. I mean, it was very. Yeah, it's. I don't. You know how you will, and again, I should be careful because, look, we're much more aware of things than obviously we would have been, 40, 50 years ago in terms of other people's lives. So I don't want to overly simplify things.
Yeah, of course,
But there was a certain basic level of decorum. And look, when a man married a woman, especially when a man married a woman who already had children, that was a high respect sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't just between those people. It wasn't just between the man and the birth father and her new husband. Everybody kind of embraced the fact that this guy was taking care of some other man's children. So there was an automatic respect, for that. And there was an effort to preserve that, how special that was. Because he is working 60 hours a week to help feed these kids and keep these kids in a good home and, whatever home, apartment or whatever, wherever they lived. So it was a communal sort of respect that don't appear to exist much at all today.
Black Uru, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
First of all, I always appreciate when you're on the panel because I have a deep appreciation for your experience and wisdom. And in your personal opinion, when did it start in our community where the women start looking at stepfathers as like to take advantage of, not hold them in esteem, but someone that that they could be a lick, so to say?
Oh, well, I mean, it was a number of things, and it's just hindsight on my part. Obviously, as the welfare state grew and became more complex and started to reach into a lot of different areas, the welfare reform, for example, provided a lot more resources and tools to mothers or single mothers, unmarried, or those who might be married but seek to become unmarried. Provided a lot more money for college, money for training, daycare money, and support and state funding of it. All these things that made it easier for a woman, a particularly Black woman, but for a woman to not have to have a man to help pay for things and help provide the logistics for things. As the state encroached into those areas, the women became much more rebellious, much more defiant. It wasn't an immediate thing. It was just sort of a gradual erosion starting in the 60s, really kind of ascending in the 70s and really kind of spiking in the 80s. I also think the crack era or the drug era just generally eroded, I believe, the morality of Black people in general, but especially Black women. And I think just the view of the position of the man change, sort of in terms of their perception and whatever. The women became more sexually liberated, which then meant that they could leverage their sexuality amongst men, at their convenience or more at their convenience, to move from one man to the next man. And the more a woman can move from one man to the next man, the less respect she's going to have for any man. So sexual liberation, the welfare state, definitely crack era, those all were kind of blended together to contribute to what we see now.
Excuse me, Charles.
Yeah.
You know, since we're talking about about the issues of black boys and
Oh
everything,
yeah.
I was
Thought.
hoping, if with your
Hold your
permission,
thought. Hold your thought for a minute. Salute to
okay.
I'm gonna call you Big Mo. You know who I'm talking about. Thank you for the $10 holla. This goes out to you.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
And believe it or not, body shots actually feel that way. Salute to Big Mo. Go ahead, Namer.
With your permission, I was hoping I could place a link in the chat to a video by Ron Wills. Ron Wills, the field master, talking about denial of a black man's humanity. This is a clip I talked about several times.
Yeah.
If I could have that producer posted in, would it be all right with you?
Well, you can put it in the chat.
All right. Okay, I'll put it in the chat right there so anybody can watch it and see it, because this goes to the heart of some of the discussions we're having here. That how much black boys have been, since birth, we've all been dehumanized. So I get it. Oh, by the way, when we talk about stepfathers, I think somebody who would also be a good example, who could talk about this more, would also be Art of Vidmore Enraged, because he talks about his family.
Yeah. Because
for those of y'all who don't know, Art mother, before his parents got together, his mother was married and divorced and had 2 children. So when she married his father, she had to give him two children, and one of them was Art himself. And he talked about the dynamics about it, his relationship with his dad, as his half siblings were with his dad and everything, and as well as the relationship his dad had with his half siblings' father. So go ahead.
And what's up, electrician? What's up, man? And you got to realize something, that there was once upon a time, being a stepfather, you were revered. You were looked at as a superhero. At the same time, the biological father was never undermined. When I was little, I used to see stepfathers and the real fathers out front smoking Newports and cigars with each other. And
I take it they also took turns disciplining the child as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They used to be each other's therapy about the mother. What happened was,
it's interesting. I remember. It's interesting you said. I remember, and I was young. I remember the husband of an older cousin of mine quarreling with her. The husband of an older cousin of mine quarreling with her about allowing her son to see his father. His son, had reached teenage. He was kind of going through changes, and kind of, troubled. And I remember him quarreling with her about that. About why are you keeping this boy from his daddy? He needs his father. I mean, I don't remember. When I was coming up, I don't remember many instances where there being strife between stepfathers and biological fathers. I don't remember that being much of a thing.
the only time I saw it over was when you had a pussy whoop individual and that woman conspiring in that man's ear. And a lot of you fellas will probably agree with me. I don't know but by the way, before I continue, hey Lou, you want to get in on the topic?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to step away. I missed a good portion of the discussion because I was closing up the store here at work.
Mm-hmm.
What was the
The question
the
the question was there's a lot of black men who can't see their masculinity outside of a woman's lens and pussy.
well, unfortunately, this is my personal opinion. Look, as in the wise words of Jason Black, the Black Authority, sex is a reward for accomplishing something, and when you're on your purpose, sex will come. Just like instead of chasing women. Well, unfortunately, for a lot of these men out here, getting sex is the actual accomplishment for them, and a lot of these men, it's to the point that pussy is idolized as a deity, and that's what validates their manhood because they can't accomplish in their mind, they can't accomplish nothing out here in this environment. Do
I
you get what I'm?
I
But
definitely agree with that.
let
I
me
definitely get it.
let me say this. I see here. This is where, and I'm not disagreeing with what anybody's saying,
Oh,
but
speak freely. This is the multifaceted
no,
channel,
no.
man.
But I think what is often missing from this kind of discussion is, how typically did a boy grow into the world? Typically you're born, you get to a certain age, you become involved in sports, and I'm pulling out some old stuff. You become involved in scouts, the Boys and Girls Club.
Showing your age,
Uh,
Nick.
you're learning things. You're getting in the pattern of accomplishing things.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting badges. You're getting medals, right? You're getting certificates. You're developing as a productive male, boy, eventually pubescent, and then an adult male. So you build a life of accomplishment, of task and goals associated with those tasks. And it's like a stair step thing. And so this whole focus on getting laid and whatever, no, if you're coming up or being raised the right way, sex is not going to be as prominent in your mind because you're busy. And you learn to be busy very early in life. That's why I said by 7 years old, it gets real tough because it's some basic sort of character, personality things that get set or don't get set, right? And then you're kind of fighting against a lot of bad habits associated with things that weren't handled at or near the beginning of life. You're fighting against the fact that this boy don't even know how to sit still for 10 minutes. Well, that was some shit he was supposed to learn when he was 2-3 years old, for example. Stuff like that. He can't even look in a book for 15 minutes. Well, that's something he should have learned how to do when he was 7, 8, or 9 years old. Well, now he's going to do that now at 18, 19, or 20. So, a lot of this, to me, the issue with the women is sort of looking at the problem after the fact. The problem is not the pussy. The problem is all the shit that did not happen so that pussy would not have become as important to begin with.
Oh yeah, because thank you, Uber, because you kind of segue into the next statement. Black men have lost their mastery of adventure. They became stagnant because I don't think there's a person on here who's below the age of 40. Hell, I don't think there's a person below the age of 43. I think Namer might be the youngest person on here, just by a few months under me. No, AB's the youngest
Yeah.
because he's born in '83.
Yeah, AB's an 83 baby. Yeah, he's 83, so he's the youngest.
So he's the youngest.
You're right.
So when we're looking at the critical part of grown ass men, you got to look at it. Men learn through two ways: military, work, prison. And I know people are going to say prison, but guess what prison did to a lot of young men? It smartened the fuck up to become better men, did it not? Even if they spent a night in jail or a year in jail, guess what? A lot of those motherfuckers back in the day did not return. We lost our sense of rite of passage. We lost our sense of adventure. We lost our sense of purpose. We lost our sense of, okay, I need to go out into the world and see how this motherfucker really operates. Am I making sense, channel and panel and chat?
Yes.
Crystal
See,
clear.
Yes, sir. Yes,
what
sir.
happened was we fucking put, and I never noticed there's a lot of people who spent time in prison and jail because there's a difference. A jail is a year and a day and below. Prison is a year and a day plus. But prison smartened up a lot of men. Even in prison, there were OGs who said, yo, they'll look at a nigga and be like, you don't belong here. Get the fuck out of here and make something of your life, right? There came a time when you had a rite of passage, be it the military, college, sports, Boy Scouts, because back in the day, when Uru was like a little kid, I could show you a film and read you literature when you had to have a merit badge in wrestling, boxing, judo, knife fighting, fencing, marksmanship with pistol and rifle, fishing, hunting. What is the rite of passage for a black boy now? Last year,
It's
I
gaming,
was
right?
huh?
It's gaming, right? Isn't that what they're doing? Gaming?
I would say now, honestly, finding the manosphere.
I'm gonna tell you what shocked the fuck out of me last year. My godson's friend had a flat tire, and I said, "You have a spare? We can put the spare on." I don't got a spare. MMA, there you go. You're 21 years old. You never learned how to change a tire. Never thought about getting
Who was
a spare.
going to teach him?
Mm-hmm.
Who was going to teach him?
That is true.
Did you know how many times a wrestling coach had to teach young boys how to read properly on their grade level? I was so pissed with one of my wrestlers' reading proficiency that I stopped the whole fucking training session and told every motherfucking, I'm going to say it in the word, Black Uru, can you read what the fuck is up there in that upper right corner? That little
Well,
square in the upper right corner.
you said parental advisory explicit content. Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So when people hear this is how men speak. I'm going to say it the way my drill sergeant said it back in 99, 2000. I asked every swinging dick and every proliferated coochie in that fucking wrestling room to grab a book. And I listened to each one of these motherfuckers read. I said, I will kick you off my fucking team just to preserve your right to learn properly. What does that tell you as a coach? Anybody want to give a stab at it? Panel, chat?
It tells us that it's the same old shit with black boys.
When I made that
Your value is not how brilliant you are and how educated you are. Your value is your penis size and whatever a woman can siphon from you.
when I made that statement that I will kick you off my team, preserve your right to learn properly, what did that tell everybody on the team?
You better get your grades up if you want to compete.
That you cared more about his education than most people did. You cared more about his education. It was the same thing with me and my son when I had to tell the school he's not allowed to be on the track team. And I told him, I said, you know, you fucking up in class, you're not going to be on the track team. And he was mad at me for a long time. I don't care.
Thank you.
Because life is not about, you know, what you want to do, kid. It's kind of like when you remember Dexter Manley. He was in the NFL and shit. And he was illiterate. And people was like, "Wow, how the fuck can you go from your own gut?" And everybody blamed, you know, Texas University and shit. What about his fucking house?
Nobody wants to blame the household.
What about the people that raised them?
Think about, this is a story you'll never see in Hollywood. This is a story you'll never see on the news. How many, for 20 years, I'm 43. For 20 plus years, how many motherfuckers did I have to correct their reading issues? By the way, here's another thing that you'll never hear in Hollywood. And by the way, gay babe, since you want to call me the graveyard, no.
Hold on, is he here? Hang on, let me get him. I got him.
Everybody on the panel to read that, and I want to ask you, what does that statement mean? Because I actually trademarked that. What does that statement mean? Read it all together, please. 1, 2, 3. My brother,
my champion, my savior.
My savior.
Does that mean
Unfortunately, the flip side is what? What's the flip side to that? And I brought that up. Remember what the flip side was, Charles. My rival, my adversary, my betrayer.
See, one thing
that's the flip side.
One thing I never liked about people, call me an asshole. I take it in stride. Matter of fact, that's a term of endearment for me. Tell me what the fuck I didn't do for my people. Tell me what the fuck I didn't do for my people.
Nah, you did more for your people.
Even when
Charles,
I was
don't you got a manifesto?
When I was one of the busiest cops on the beat, I taught your boys and girls how to read. When I was one of the busiest cops on the beat, I raised your children.
Our brother, the underrated darkness, has talked about stuff like this. Remember? He be seeing youngsters out and about. He pull them aside and say, "You okay, son? You good?" And try to give him some knowledge or something like that, just to get him back on their feet, get him out of this situation they were in.
See, it's not about complaining about the boys being rescued or being raised correctly. This is the thing that I want to bring to the panel and chat. What the fuck is the rite of passage for black boys?
There is none. In fact, in Western society, you do not have a rite of passage of sorts.
But you have a rite of passage for young girls.
Mm-hmm.
Look how shit changed. 40 years is not a long time. Okay?
In the grand scheme, no. In the grand scheme of things, it's not.
40 years is just the Cosby Show. Let me break down this shit to a lot of people, and I had to say this to a friend of mine. At 43 years old, did you know that I outlived Dr. King and Malcolm X? That's heavy shit, right?
They were killed
Shout
in the
out.
early 40s. Yeah.
No, they were
No,
killed before the 40s.
Yeah,
they
they
were
were
both killed at
39,
39.
right?
They were
Yeah.
both killed at 39.
Oh,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
We're both killed at 39.
you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
You know why? Here's a significant number. Uber and other fellas, correct me if I'm wrong, because everybody's 40 plus on this panel. There's a particular reason I picked 40 plus motherfuckers on this panel. Is because 40 is the age you can connect to the youth and the elders very easily. That's when the elders respect you, and that's when the youth respect you equally. See, when I thought about something, and a lot of people didn't realize this shit, I was reading a comic book, the DC version of Masters of the Universe, and Force Captain Adora. If you don't know who that is, go read the book. Looked at her brother, Adam, aka He Man, when she was stuck with the Horde, and she came up with my brother, my champion. I remember being on QRF, and we had to go to Fallujah when it took 8 hours to fucking conquer one block on Fallujah. And I went back into this shit. I had to recollect. And you know what they called us? They called us my savior. My brother, my savior. I just put all this shit together. My brother, my champion, my savior. At some point, when you getting bullied or you in a fight, whether he's a brother by biological means or by deep friendship, is coming to help you. The champion is the best of us through tournament or by character. A savior is someone who will sacrifice to make sure you're okay. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Crystal
Yes,
clear.
sir. Crystal clear, yo. Cause I remember when I moved in this community back in the day. Shoot, man, there was a couple of guys trying to jump me at the store, man, and my best friend Puerto Rican, man, but he looked white, man, and came to my rescue. He's still my sandbox brother to this day, so he definitely my savior. And I
Hmm.
actually told him this before, you know what I'm saying, multiple times. I told him multiple times about this, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, yo, you right.
So even my son got suspended from school when he saw six motherfuckers jump on his friend. The next day, even though they suspended him early, they went from six motherfuckers, and the next day they brought 40. So I'm laughing to myself. How many motherfuckers did you drop? They had to do
He put the
multiplication
hurt
tables.
on him.
But yet, when we look at this, I'm gonna start from who's still up here. I'm gonna start from Red Pill. What is the rite of passage for young black boys today? Go ahead.
I'm only speaking from the area I'm in. The rites of passage for a young black boy is his propensity for violence and his amount of sexual conquest. Did you hear me?
I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. ABM, take the floor, please.
There's no rite of passage in Western culture for manhood because there's no clear definition of what manhood is, especially in the black community. I mean, on some real shit, if you think about it, with all this pronoun crap going on today, they're going out their way to try to blur the lines about what's a man and what's a woman. So how do you have a rite of passage for being a man when you have school districts out here trying to dead ass teach little boys that, you can be a girl if you want to be, or, you're just a girl trapped in a boy's body. It's like that. That's that shit. And this is a real thing. Boys can be princesses too. I mean, that's that. Look that shit up. That's a real thing, real organization.
Pause. Put a pin in that motherfucker.
Like the last time I went to the website, of course, there was a black woman with her son, and her son is in a dress.
I normally don't interrupt people, but peep a pin on what you said. I'm gonna let you finish your thought. Did I personally emailed DC Comics for that shit? Did you know that?
Hold on, you was breaking up. Say it again.
Did you know I personally emailed DC Comics for that shit? A lifelong comic book fan. I'm a Wonder Woman fan. Okay? Wonder Woman was a warrior, but guess what she endeared me by? She stayed feminine. A boy cannot be a princess because the world will never allow him to be. What's that old Dusty Rhodes? Hard times. If a man's homeless, guess what? You gotta piss in your own canteen just to have something to shake.
Mm-hmm. Charles, let me put it this way. Y'all remember that movie with Viola Davis about the king of Dahomey and the Beninese Amazons?
The Woman King.
Oh yeah. Gregory Scotland, thank you for mentioning Medgar Evers Be Murdered 37. If anybody's ever seen Mississippi Crime, that was a good movie. But anyway, I asked this one question. If there's such a thing as a woman king, wouldn't there be such a thing as a man queen? No. So let's stop acting stupid with this shit. All right, let's call things for what they are. A woman king is merely a female regent who's ruling a country on behalf of the heir apparent until they come of age. Whatever hurts the term regent? Why we got? Mm-hmm.
Or when the king is
when
country.
Yes. Yeah, that's a regent, not a woman king or any of that bullshit. Cut the fuck out with that bullshit. Just like a boy can't be a princess, a girl can't be a prince. What the fuck are we doing? I think some of this shit is trivial at the end of the day.
See,
I understand you gotta be yourself. Go ahead.
Yes. The cruel difference is that nobody wants to speak of. But I'm gonna take it back to those 2000 mixtapes. You heard it
Hmm.
here first. A woman king is supposed to be, and now that's supposed to be respected. A man queen is supposed to be something of ridicule and jest. Oh, how many people look at a transgender female and look at it respectfully? Do we look at gay
Or
men and it's
trans man for that
respect?
question.
Because here's my thing: when I talk to gay females and trans people and all this,
Hmm.
I've asked many years ago, who has what do you have it harder, being gay or black? Being gay? I said, how would I know you're gay unless you're kissing a man? But I could have preconceived notions up the street about your black ass before I even know you're 2 blocks away, before I even know who you are. Last time I checked, how many of you motherfuckers were lynched in trees down south for being gay?
None. It was more of it was just an additional excuse. You were lynched first and foremost because you were a black man.
Yup. Yup.
So when I look at your black skin, your your black skin and your phallus was more of a threat than your sexuality ever could be.
Hmm.
It's just recent in the last 15, 20 years that they noticed that, wait a minute, the homosexual population does not reproduce.
Well, not to the same extent, but yeah.
And how can I prove this when black men were a threat? Who was the openly gay man during the civil rights movement?
Baylord. Hang on, let me look him up.
Shit, it was many of them.
But were they taken as threats?
It was Rustard Banyard.
Ruster
Baylord
Banya.
Russell. Baylord
And
Russell.
who else?
Actually, the other way.
And who else was the other one? The writer,
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. Hmm.
I'm one of the first. By the way, gay babe, since I'm the graveyard, no, I'm the fire starter. I'm one of the
Hold on. Hold
first.
on. James Baldwin was gay?
James Baldwin was
Yeah,
Yeah.
gay.
James Baldwin was gay. James Baldwin
Hold on.
had a whole white
Yo,
boyfriend.
y'all messing me up right now. Hold on, man.
No,
Bro,
You
no.
did,
James
nah.
Why
Baldwin
would
had
you
a
lie about
whole
that?
Like I listened to some of his speeches and everything like that, right? But I never knew he was
But guess,
gay.
yeah, he was gay. Dude had a whole white boyfriend, bro.
but
That's why I
guess
say
what?
a lot of those civil rights dudes was gay.
But was James Baldwin, what mattered most, his people or his sexuality?
His people. In fact, Charles, I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more example. We grew up as wrestling fans. Do you remember the guy who somebody wrestled under the name Eric? Sorry, what's his name? Derek Young in WWE.
I
One
literally
of the
met
first
him.
openly gay.
Name
Yeah,
of Bliss.
Fred Russell. Yeah, Fred Russell was his name.
If, if you met Derek Young,
Uh
Derek
huh.
Young is one of the finest. Derek Young is one of the
Hmm.
finest human beings on earth.
Hell yeah.
He is. When we met him, the first thing he asked my son, Josh's nephew, and my son's best friend David, which is Chris's younger brother, how y'all doing in school?
Hmm.
How's your school look?
Yeah.
That man is one of the finest human beings you could ever meet in pro wrestling. I don't give a fuck who he lays down in the bedroom with. That's his business.
Hell yeah.
I looked him in the eye, shook his hand, spoke to him for a whole hour. I wish if I could talk to him again, I will definitely do the same thing I did with Orlando Jones and have a long conversation and interview. Uh, he was happy to see his people because his fucking sexuality was tertiary, which means third place,
Uh-huh.
to his people. He was happy to see young men get good grades in school and come speak to him. Guess what? Still a great wrestler, still in fantastic shape, still a fantastic personality, great human being, even better human being. Most men who are straight wish they had the testicular fortitude of Darren Young. But guess what? We only see masculinity as overemphasized hatred and violence. I'm sorry, I know. Sometimes we get caught up in the moment.
Hey, I'll give you another example of somebody who's like that.
Hold on. Anybody
Okay.
else? Anybody else want to tackle the issue of what is the rite of passage for black young men? Uber, Kels, anybody?
Oh yeah. I just received my first phone call ever, right? From one of my sandbox brothers, you know what I mean, who's locked up, who's currently locked up. I never received a phone call like that before. It was a long conversation, and he's in there for a body. And yeah, the righteous patches, because you can look up Dipset up here. It's like not the rap crew or whatever, but there's a gang up here called Dipset, and they started off in like 2000, I think 2006, 2007, and most of
Hmm.
them guys are my sandbox brothers, man, and they got combined, they got like thousands of years, you know. They was doing things like that, yo, when they was like 15, 16 years old, bro. So the rites of passage was catching your first body. So yeah,
Oh
the other
wow.
gentleman spoke on that. Yeah, that's real. The other gentleman spoke on it. He said the rite of passage was being sexual and the act of violence, which is very true.
Yeah.
Uber, I know last but not least, I saved the elder for last. What was the rite of passage for your generation? And what's the rite of passage for the generation you see for now? He must be caught up on something. Anybody want to take that up?
Is he enjoying a pot pie by any chance? If so, I don't blame him. But I ain't throwing shade. I ain't throwing shade. But I will say this: my people. Yeah, I know I'm an outsider. I'm on the outside looking in, but for me, my family it was like for rite of passage. It changed through colonialism and the values that were foisted upon us. So you had to prove that you were a capable man. What I mean capable, you were able to take care of yourself and uplift your community and provide for a family. I remember when I was coming up, I would ask certain people, what does it mean to be a man? And I met some old boomers and asked them that, and they told you this is what a man is. I asked my own father, my own uncles, what does it mean to be a man? What is the rite of passage? And I realized there is no rite of passage. For many of them, the rite of passage was, graduate from high school and then going on to college and making something of yourself. That's what it meant to become a man and be a productive member of the community because they were thinking community wise. It was you, your family, your neighborhood / community. And those were certain values that they still preserved going back to our ancestral villages and whatnot. Because you as yourself as an individual, you weren't just an individual on yourself, you were an extension of others. And you were a reflection of the people you are with, affiliated with. And this whole thing about rite of passage and preparing young men for adulthood, where's that going? Where is that? If I'm not mistaken, I'm sure Black Rule would talk about this. When he was in high school, they guys had things like civics. They had home ec. They were teaching courses on how to prepare for adulthood. They were giving them classes on how to prepare for when they go on to college. Where is that? Is that still around, Charles? Do y'all remember taking home ec when you guys were in high school?
Say that again.
Nah, they got rid of all that.
Yeah. Do you guys remember taking classes like home ec and whatnot? Or civics when you guys were still in high school?
I remember taking home ec. I remember taking that in middle school.
Mm-hmm. Where I'm from, we didn't have that. Especially considering we all live with our families and whatnot. But I learned from my mother, as well as from my father, how to be financially savvy in a sense. Hell, I didn't open up a bank account until I was like 21, 22. Unfortunately for me, I knew some people. I had some friends, who I graduated from junior college with, who working in certain banks. I went to them, asked them questions about, what would happen if I need to open a bank here? What I need to do? Say, oh, this, that, and the third, this, that, third. I said, right, okay. And and that's how I was able to get the right information and help them out. They helped me out. I helped them out, and it was transactional in a sense. It was exchange of. There's an exchange of assistance and whatnot, and I also maintained those relationships with them as best I could. I don't think, Charles, I don't think there is a genuine brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember the Detroit 300? Anybody remember that group, the Detroit 300?
Yeah, I remember.
Remember? LAPD SWAT, you got a point there. You're talking about March 2nd, 1896 to this point. But is there a genuine brotherhood like that, or a fellowship where brothers can come together and discuss what needs to be had? That's why we're having these online discussions. This is a fellowship of sorts. And these discussions need to be had like this. So my question is, when you have groups like the Detroit 300 and whatnot, and if there were similar groups like that, could they be involved to help prepare the next generation of young men to move forward? I mean, who remembers what happened to Robert Smith?
Oh, no.
Robert Smith, you know where I'm going with this, huh?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Who's
Okay.
the biggest opposition towards black male development?
Black women.
I'm gonna say this again. While I'm eating this perfectly fried chicken breast and these perfectly seasoned.
Hopefully you got some green sides.
Women, yeah.
Uh-huh.
If women were invested in black men's development,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say this, what I said before. Black men's failure is a combination of white man's fear and black woman's subterfuge. Do you agree?
True. Because one is the accomplice of the other. One is the main perpetrator, the other is the accomplice. A very willing accomplice.
Black men's failure is only fucking solidified by two things: black failure, black men's fear, and white men's fear, and black women's subterfuge. You don't know what subterfuge means? It means lies, deceit, distruth.
Sabotage, mon frère. Des saboteurs, monsieur.
The only reason you are openly allowed to fail is because if you were given the same fucking so-called equal opportunities as white boys and black females, you would surpass them. Remember the Goofy Kid comment?
Mm-hmm. What's so fun?
Think about
It's an absurd amount of math
Definitely.
because of all of those dice rolls and probability. Like the game is completely based on like probabilities and rolling dice for like outcomes. Which can
Who is
be
that?
frustrating sometimes. But yeah, you know, dragons and all that shit. I found out that there's a Christian D&D and it's got dragons in it. And I don't know if dragons exist in the Bible.
well, drag this
I question
what you
that.
call
Personally, I question
great
it.
living.
But apparently, if you're Christian, you're not supposed to play D&D. So maybe that's
Excuse me.
Christian.
Who's that? We hear y'all.
Like,
Black over.
Oh, hi, Black. If that's the missus, hi. We don't mean to interrupt you.
Be the daughter. Well, you got
Oh, okay.
the Bible mentioned dragons. Leviathan,
Mm-hmm.
the great beast.
As you were saying, Charles?
You got to understand something, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we look at the rite of passage and things of that nature,
Right.
let's look at it fully. Okay? And by the way, if we're going to talk about D&D and Christianity, and we
Mm-hmm.
talk about the Yuletide spirit, the Norse god Yule is the Christmas tree, tied to the Christmas tree and the Yuletide spirit. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
paganism is Easter and Christmas, so one and the same. You counsel on the side. Thank you for other religions intermingling with other religions like they normally do.
That's
But
why here in Scandinavia, when they say Merry, instead of saying Merry Christmas, they say God Jul, which means, or Good Yule.
Yule, because Yule is a Norse god.
Mm-hmm.
Bet you I didn't know that. But you got to look at it. Here's the next thing black men fail to. Black men failed to master networking. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes,
That's why I touch on the
absolutely.
brotherhood thing. If you had a brotherhood, you would know how to network. Totally
Exactly.
agree.
The greatest brotherhood that we've seen in the last 40 years of black men were two occasions. Do you know what they are?
What the Black Panther Party in the mosque?
Answers 50 years ago.
I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing.
In the last, I'll say 30 years. 30, 35 years. The Million Man March,
Right.
which I was physically there as an 8th grader. And the second is the Black Manosphere.
Yeah, that's a
Because
fact. That's a fact.
the Black Manosphere did what Pan Africanism left off, and even served greater. You can challenge me on it
I won't.
because I mean it's open panel.
Yeah.
Because I think the Black Manosphere did more for fathers and men's rights than any other male group has done in the last 100 years. More black men have gotten control of their families and their children in the last 10 years than in the last 50. Roll that shit, light that shit, smoke it, smoke it, smoke it. Goddamn choking in the basement. But anyway, think about this. Out of the Black Manosphere,
Don't make me start playing them weed songs by Bone Thugs, man. I can sing them.
if you're in Baltimore, you would have got. If you were in Baltimore, you would have got this. You would have got the lyrics immediately. What I just said.
Yeah, I know that too. I'm too Cleveland for it, man. I'm too Cleveland for it. But
You
anyway,
gotta understand. There's gonna come a time when history classes talks about what's being happening right now in the Black Manosphere. How conversations came up that even white men were afraid to have. When have you seen a
Do you
black
really
man
think
openly?
they're going to give black men credit for that?
You know
Yeah, because there's too many scholars. There's too many academics actually talking about it, writing about it, for it to be ignored.
you know what's sad, Uru?
Yeah.
I thought I lived to see the day where white America had to admit that black men were the best fathers in America. But has it happened? At
Yeah.
some point,
no.
at some point, in the words of this one prophet, y'all all gotta pay homage to the man. Whoa!
Was
See,
he
the
styling
problem
profiling when he said that?
oh, of course. You gotta understand this, Uru and people in the chat. The greatest indignity was not admitting that black men were great fathers. The greatest indignity was not taking the 5 to 10 minutes to research. How 30-second Google search still hold true to lies? How many people
Well, I
said,
mean, I don't, this whole thing is a white supremacist construct, caste system, pyramid scheme. It's all been dependent on, stealing, extorting, oppressing black men in particular. So I don't ever really. Well, I'm suspicious of black men ever really being given that full credit for anything because so much is made from, or so much is derived from stealing from black men, and that includes stealing credit for whatever they create.
and see, that's why spaces like ours is very important because we know goddamn well no Rolla Tomasi
Hmm.
and none of them folks have made the strides that we made in 10 years that they couldn't make in 30.
Especially considering what their bottom line was. Because remember, they came into this with ulterior motives as well.
And see, here's the difference, right?
Hmm.
White men still had dominion over their women.
Mm.
We had to tip the scales to show the world what their women thought about them.
Yep.
See, white men don't mind if black man's the ultimate thug. What embarrass white men is when black men start checking their bitch.
Kevin Samuels, anybody? I'm fresh and fit.
Why do you think when we have white boys come over here, the last white boy who tried to come over here in my channel, I embarrassed him. I said, first of all, well, I dated a black woman. No, you dated a tether.
Remember, did you all watch the Alex Cross series, the new Alex Cross series on Prime?
I heard about it. Shout out to the author who said Alex Cross should always be black.
Yeah, it was a Patterson. Yeah, I think he insisted on that. At the very beginning, and I'm sure you could find the scene in YouTube. In fact, you should check it out because it basically kind of highlights the fundamental problem between black men and white men. He's interrogating this guy, this criminal or whatever, and this guy's very racist, very arrogant racist.
I know what you're talking about.
All in this.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And he stands over the guy. He said, "Oh, I know what your problem is. My dick is bigger than you."
The line. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like the line was because he was talking about like it's so you think you're smarter than me, right? He said, "You know what free chicken is?" He asked him, "You know what free chicken is, right?" It's a military term. Oh, really? You would understand something like that? Well, you think you're smarter than me. Well, yes, I think I'm smart. It's about genetics. Genetics. And he's like, yeah, you're right. Which would explain why my dick is bigger than yours.
Yeah.
Say what? And the lady in the back and the people behind him was like, black.
He was standing over him.
Then he stood over him and said, my penis is bigger than yours. He's like, get that dick out of my face.
Get your dick out of my face.
Oh man.
I mean,
that's the same actor, by the way. That actor, I forgot his name. The actor who plays Aldous something is I think his name, who plays Alex Cross.
He played.
He played Brian Banks.
He played
Aldous
yeah.
Hodge, I believe his name. I think it's
Aldous Hodge.
Eldris Hodge.
Yeah. Aldous Hodge.
He played Hawkman in Black Adam.
Okay. He also played. He portrayed Brian Banks in the Brian Banks, biopic as well.
You got to remember.
You know that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got to remember. White men's ultimate fear is this. And don't forget to hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. We cooking tonight. No, I just stop cooking. I'm eating now, but we cooking tonight. White men's ultimate fear is this.
Uh-huh.
It's not just genetics. It's the fact that if we even out the playing field, this nigga will beat me in every fucking category if we even the playing field.
Mm-hmm.
superior as I thought I was, as my grandfather told me I was, as John Wayne and Charleston Heston told me that I was, Audrey Hepburn and her racist ass thought I was.
I didn't know Audrey Hepburn was racist, but okay.
Piece of shit. You know who
Was she?
told us? You know, this is for Uber. You know who told us who was all the racist white people? Remember Hawk and and Bonanza?
You mean Hoss?
Yeah, Huss. The big son.
Yeah.
You know who he grew up around, right?
No, I don't really recall his background.
He grew up around black people.
Oh, okay.
Or he was a school teacher for a lot of black kids before acting.
Oh,
So he called a lot of those
I
races
think his
out.
name was Dan Blocker. Wasn't that his name? I believe
I
that
think
was
so.
his name. Yeah.
I think so. Big old dude.
Right.
And
let me look him up.
he looked at those people and he called out a lot of the racist people.
Also, he was calling out all the races that he had, the white people that he had like knew or worked with.
Yeah,
in
to work with.
Hollywood.
Dan Blocker. There you go. Dan Blocker. He called them
Dan
out.
Blocker. He attended the Texas Military Institute. He was from DeKalb, Texas.
He called them a fuck out.
Yeah, he was in the Army too. He served in Korea.
He called them all the fuck out. Audrey Hepburn. He said about Audrey Hepburn, not only that, Julie Garland.
Really?
He said it's a damn shame to be such evil but be still play the victim.
Mm-hmm.
He was calling them white folks out. No wonder.
He was a liberal Democrat too.
Have you ever noticed
Mm-hmm.
that a lot of black people love Hoss and Bonanza?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was always a very popular character.
There's a certain reason why. Now you see why.
Mm.
He called out fucking John Wayne. He called out what's the dude who got the salad dressing?
Paul Newman?
He called out
Newman?
He called out Paul Newman.
Yeah, I guess he was sort of this famous liberal, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was a liberal Democrat. Yeah, he was a Democrat. And at 6'4", 300 pounds, he was not to be messed with.
Paul Newman actually put money into politicians against the Civil Rights Act.
Hmm.
Y'all
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Y'all better read about fucking Dan Blocker. Dan
Paul
Blocker.
Newman was in the Navy. I'm looking up his
Dan
politics here.
Blocker he called out Marlon Brando,
John Wayne. That's
he called,
crazy, yo. I never knew that about Dan Blackman.
He called out Fred Astaire. He said, "How you gonna have a jazz salute to jazz but no black people?" Y'all better read up on Dan Blocker. He did interviews and called them all out. He said,
the Malibu Mafia.
He said these might be heroes and legends of Hollywood, but these are the scum of the earth when you get to know them.
They're talking. Hang on, I'm looking him up. Something called the Malibu Mafia, who Newman was part of. I'm looking them up right now. A formal group of wealthy American small hat men donated to liberal and progressive causes and politicians between 1960s and 1990s, associated with the group included economist Stanley Steinbaum, Warner Brothers chairman Ted Ashley. Okay.
Yeah, am I lying, Namer?
These guys, what they donated? One of them donated like over $300,000 to Senator George McGovern in early 1972 when he ran during his when his campaign had run out of cash.
They even donated to Mr.
Senator George McGovern,
They even
Tom Bradley for mayor.
they even donated
Whoa.
Mr. Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever.
They opposed Jimmy Carter and supported Reagan, obviously. The group
Oh,
initially preferred Teddy Kennedy over Carter, and in 1980, when Republican John B. Anderson announced his independent bid, they backed him up. He strongly supported Equal Rights Amendment. Lear was all right. Bilateral nuclear weapons freeze. Israel Palestine. Shit.
all I'm gonna say is shout out to Hoss. Called out a lot of the Hollywood elite, and this is when calling
Elitist as fuck, weren't they?
and this is when calling out Axe Hoover. This is when calling out the Hollywood elite, even on civil rights. Marlon Brando basically called Martin Luther King a phony.
There was nothing phony about. Oh, MLK. What the fuck was he talking about?
And he put that out there. He said, well, Martin Luther King is just the media. You know, the media just made him out to be this type of person, you know,
Was this when he was older and out of shape and bloated?
this was in his younger days, man.
Okay.
You know, he even spoke out about John Wayne, who said openly, I believe in supremacy.
Did you know that Brandau was in brownface when he had to portray Emilio Zapata in the 1952 movie Viva Zapata?
Hey, look,
They couldn't get.
it boils down to the classic line from Chuck D. Motherfuck him and John Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait. Hold on a second. ABM. Let me go get my clock. Because I gotta go. Yeah, boy.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. When Haas called out all the motherfuckers in Hollywood,
Mm-hmm.
did he live to old age?
No, he died. Dan Blocker died in 1972 from. Hang on, like it says here. One second. It says here he died from. Where is it? Oh, yeah, here it is. Said he died in 1972 in England from a pulmonary embolism following gallbladder surgery at Daniel Freeman Hospital in Inglewood, California, at age 43.
You know how many motherfuckers from quote unquote mysterious causes die of an embolism?
Mm-hmm.
He spoke.
Well, shit. I'm just learning that dude. If you remember back in 2004 when Bush and Kerry was running for president, John Kerry.
Mm-hmm.
So that dude from MSNBC, I forget his name. He did an interview with both Bush and Kerry, and he's the one that put it out there like, yo, y'all niggas is cousins. And y'all both in the Skull and Bones. Remember that shit?
Yep.
Yeah, he died right after that.
Mm-hmm.
Heart attack. Quote, wink, wink, heart attack. I didn't know dude was dead.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think I said look up his age?
He died to the age of, he lived to see 43, but ooh, damn.
There's a
God
reason.
damn.
Think about it. You called out Audrey Hepburn. What's the nigga who played the cool guy who raced cars? Steve
Steve McQueen?
Steve McQueen.
Steve McQueen.
Uh-huh.
Who did I say? From The Godfather.
Marlon Brando.
Marlon Brando.
Marlon Brando. Mm-hmm.
The dude who got the fucking the dude who got the salad dressing.
Paul Newman. Because remember,
You're basically calling
19. Mhm,
you're
mhm.
basically calling out that fucking Hollywood royalty at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They said he said homegirl from the No Wizard of Oz was so fucking black people paid front row seats for her. She was so disturbed by it. She said, "I don't want to fucking sing in front of those monkeys."
The hell?
And they moved them to another seating area. They played good.
Who remembers, like, everybody, like, when we talk about racism and such, and I remember Sammy Davis Jr. when he was on Arsenio, the original Arsenio show. He talked about how there was supposed to be some type of like a special that was supposed to be produced with Harry Belafonte and Julie Andrews, and they couldn't air it because at one point Julie Andrews reached out. She put her hand on Harry Belafonte's hand and said, "Thank you for having me here." And Julie Andrews is English,
Mm-hmm.
but they couldn't air that out. Like Sammy said, they couldn't air that out. They couldn't air that on TV, especially in the South, because they were going to lose their minds, because this was still at the time during Jim Crow segregation, and the civil rights movement. A white woman touching a black man's hand?
Matter of fact, I'm gonna prove a point to you. What's the one actress you don't hear white people talk about anymore? You ready?
Tell me.
Betty White.
Ooh. What happened to her? What was the problem with Betty White?
Betty White had a show back in the day where she was going to feature a prominent black tap dancer, and they said we can't feature him, and she featured him anyway, and that's when they canceled her show.
Okay.
Betty White was 10 toes down. But notice, you tell black people about good white people. See, this is the measurement of a good white person. Are you willing to put your checkbook up for it? Am I making
Like, who
sense?
remembers like what they did to Sammy Davis Jr. and Frank Sinatra went to bat for him?
Notice, when they hit your checkbook, that's when you get the real.
Damn,
That's when
yo, salute to Betty White. Salute to Betty White and Frank Sinatra, yo. That's ill.
that's when you get the real. She was willing to get her fucking show canceled. Said, yeah, look at people forget Mr. Rogers, right?
Mr. Rogers was a stand-up man, because remember,
Mr. Rogers was 10
Mr.
toes
Rogers'
down
name?
too?
Yeah.
That was the first time when they had the episode of The Mailman.
Fred Rogers.
Had his feet in the same pool as a black man on television.
Same waiting for, yeah.
Controversial as shit. He said, no, we're doing it. See, I'm going to say this, and this goes back into
Yeah.
the subject.
It was Francois Clemens, by the way. 1969. With Francois Clemens.
A lot of black men in the modern day lack conviction. Do you agree?
Yeah. He played Officer Clemens in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. 1969. Yeah,
Y'all agree that a lot of black men lack conviction.
indeed.
Yes. Yep.
A lot of black men lack conviction. When there's not a dollar amount, when there's not a comfortability that you can offer me to betray me and mine's or my fucking stance, what is your dollar amount? I hear all this shit, right? From people who say they Christian. My God, my God, my God, this.
Hmm.
I said this to my ex-girlfriend literally a week ago. You know who the most bounded fucking Christians were? The first century Christians. Feed me to the lions.
They were willing to die, become martyrs in the name of God.
Feed me to the lions. Well, you know, how did St. Peter die?
He was crucified upside down,
Why?
and he asked to be placed upside down.
Why? Because he said, I am not worthy to be killed in the same fashion of my Lord.
Hmm.
I'm so devoted to my faith that I don't even want to die the same way my Lord died. Black man, what's your conviction? What are you willing to live and die for?
Coochie.
There you go.
Pussy.
I'm gonna give the same speech I gave on Artisan MC's channel. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a 2-for-1. Not only black men lack conviction, black men lack courage.
Hmm.
Do y'all know the story of David? What's the first thing David did as a shepherd? Killed a fucking bear. Second, kill a lion.
Third, he kills Goliath.
No, 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 no. You jump in the chair.
Oops. Jumping the gun too soon. Excuse me.
You pre-coming, man. You pre-coming. Wait to get the full
No,
blood.
no, no. Not pre-cum. I busted up no, premature ejaculation. I fucked up.
Pause.
Pause. You pre-coming. Pause.
Yeah, no, no, yeah. To tell you the truth, when somebody jumped the gun on a conversation, we just yell premature ejaculation on that person,
Oh yeah.
just
Let
to
me tell
fuck with
or
them.
kick the chair for safety though. Kick the chair, yo. You kick it in the chair, bro. That's back in the day.
Hold on a second. Wait. Kels. Hold on a second. Alexa, play 1 Minute Man by Missy Elliott.
you. Let me play. The same thing I said on Artisan MC's channel earlier today.
Uh,
The most I'm with the shit biblical character you'll ever find is King David.
mhm.
King David was insulted by his older brothers because he was the runt of the litter, the youngest. He said, wait a minute. The same God that got us out of Egypt, you shook his goddamn boots and your Moses 12s over a motherfucker speaking bad against the nation of Israel, against the king of Israel, who was Saul at that time, and worse, against the God of Israel. I want to point out this factor. What was Saul's record in warfare at this time? Do you know?
No,
He was undefeated.
damn it!
Saul
I should have known.
literally lost no battle at that point.
Hmm.
Might have been 30-0, 50-0, 100-0. But that other significant. David was so pissed with his older brothers and the entire Israeli, well, Israelite,
Israelite.
they weren't Israelis yet, Israelite army, that he called out the whole army and called them basically proverbial a bunch of bitches. And was he rightfully so? And I want to hear it from the panel, and I want to hear it from the chat. Was he righteous in calling them bitches?
He was, even though those weren't his exact words. He called them
But we know,
cowards.
but we know what he meant.
Oh, ye a little faith,
If I call a
as he would
man,
have said.
if I call a man who's following me from chat to chat, panel to panel, channel to channel, but won't face me personally, what is he?
A
And,
coward, a
and what
troll.
and what's another word in Baltimore ABM for a coward?
Bitch.
So one thing about King David, who allegedly might have been a redhead,
Hmm.
just to let you know how deep I go into my studies, by the way, he called them out and said, I smell pussy from all you bitches.
Whew.
He said it smelled like low tide in this motherfucker. He said
Smells
it's,
like always up in here.
and
Who's
yes,
on the
now
period?
King David was a black man with red hair, as the studies tell us. King David was about the shit for his Lord. But black man, what convictions do you have that's equal to David? I killed a bear over sheep. I killed a lion over sheep. What do you think I would do to defend my God?
You will go
Now,
above and
am I making
beyond.
sense? Nella, am I making sense? ATM, Uber, am I making
And
sense? Chat, am I making sense?
hell to the yeah, yeah, yeah.
The worst
Yeah,
thing you
but you know,
do is
David had faith and favor with God. I don't know if there are many of us today who have faith and truly see themselves as being favored by God. So I don't know if where are you drawing what's going to be the source of your conviction. If it is not divine, what is going to be the source of your conviction?
even when you look at Malcolm and Martin, those two men knew very early in their path they were not going to live to old age, right?
Hmm.
Sometimes the fuck is chewing and shit.
Oh, sorry about that.
At
I
some
mean,
point,
both those men were men of faith and men of divine conviction.
exactly. See the connection? What's your conviction, modern black man? Because the only thing you hold in high esteem is shitting on the next black man and getting as much pussy as possible. Because if I had to face a dude who was average probably about 5'6" with red hair and dark skin, and I'm 9 feet tall, do you know the reason why? How many stones did David get from the lake? Anybody remember? Mela, Uber, ABM, Namer, chat. How many stones did
I
David
can
get from
only
the lake?
guess.
Huh?
I can only guess.
Yes.
Yeah, I would guess. I don't know. I would have to check my references. I don't want to say anything wrong, so I don't know.
Well, take an educated guess.
5.
You're actually right.
Hey,
He
grand
took.
prize winner.
You know what? You know why he took 5 stones? Because David, even prior to taking the throne, had testicular fortitude the size of fucking car wheels. Because he knew when I'm done with Goliath, I'm going after your 4 brothers. That's conviction to the motherfucker, isn't it? He's not looking at you as the threat. He's looking at you as the start. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's conviction. Wait a minute. We didn't get past this motherfucker. Nah. King David was like them ravens today. He believed in one doctrine for his God. It was called belt the ass. And he
You
held
gotta
all
play that. You gotta play that Ray Rice gif right now.
he held all the leather. He held all the leather in his hand. Okay, this motherfucker got a giant. Matter of fact, how did David ultimately kill Goliath? Anybody remember?
That stone went through his dome, his forehead.
How he ultimately killed him? He took his sword and decapitated.
He took a what?
He took Goliath's sword and decapitated him with his own sword.
I thought he. Oh, okay. I thought it was a slingshot to the forehead. My bad.
The cranium shot put him down. But ultimate killed him when he took his head.
Oh.
And he held it up for Israel. Think about it. At 16 years old, 15, 16 years old,
Yeah, I was just focusing on what took him down.
at 15,
The
16
head
years,
was the trophy.
at 15, 16 years old, I've already killed a bear, a lion, and a giant. What's the old saying in the Bible? If God is with us, then what?
Who
Nobody heard
can
it?
be against us?
Who lived that more than David in the Bible?
Yeah, this is really curious.
Who lived that? Who in the Bible lived that way more than David?
I'm
But
listening.
But this is the reason, because David is a black man in the Bible. I hope y'all do know that, just like a lot of those figures are. I want you to realize this, black man. What is your conviction? What are you willing to die and kill for? What are you living? What are you willing to live your
That's a good
life as?
question.
What are you willing to live your life as?
That's a good question. That's a damn good question.
Because tomorrow, when I do the things that black women fail to do, I'm gonna ask the same fucking question. And Mella, am I right to ask that question?
No, you're not, and I'll tell you why. If you,
And God, right, I am right to ask that question.
well, what you asked me for then?
Tell you why. Because conviction is conviction is conviction. Because guess what? When they fucking put them Native Americans on them Trail of Tears, where did their women do? Did their women follow them?
Make your point, brother.
When them goddamn women in Auschwitz were put in internment camps with them small hat fellas, did their women follow them?
Make your point, brother.
Who freed Lincoln from the Civil War? Who gave Lincoln the victory in the Civil War? Anybody? I'll wait. Anybody
Make
can
make your point, brother.
answer the question. You get the point.
Well, what point am I getting? Answer, like,
In other words, did they still follow their men no matter what?
and that's your point, correct?
Yes.
Women ought to follow, emphasis on follow their men no matter what. That's your point.
Yep.
Now, with that point having been made, what happens when it's not the right man for the job?
Let me ask you this one question.
I asked the question first.
Guess what? No.
What happens when it's not the right man for the job?
Here's the question. What other fucking man gonna
follow? Wait, what?
What other fucking man gonna follow? So here's my question. Was it brought up when the Israelites were out of Egypt? Did they follow their man? Did they think their man was the right man for the job?
Yeah.
These excuses.
Let me ask you this question. When
excuses.
Hold on. When black men freed black women and black children from slavery, was that the right man for the job? I'm going to ask this question again that Sanddog says, I love the fucking way you said it. Tell me what war did America win without a black man? Tell me. Anybody in the chat. Anybody in the panel. Anybody.
Not a goddamn one.
Hold on. Anybody in the fucking planet right now. Tell me what a war that black men enter that America that black men didn't enter that America won. Give me one.
None.
Give me one. What other man in American history to say if I didn't enter this shit, you would have lost totally? Not even white men can say that.
Nope.
So I'd be damned if any motherfucker, living or dying or yet to be born, to tell me who the right man for the fucking job is as long as he's doing the goddamn job.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask what exactly makes a man right? Or what exactly is the job we're talking about if we're saying that's not the right man for the job? So what's the job?
So here's the part. What does righteousness mean? On the path of right. Is slavery in any context immoral?
Yes.
So would slavery be called righteous?
No.
So if the black man fought against slavery, would he be righteous?
Yes.
And when he won that war for Lincoln, was he in the right?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
So was he the goddamn man for the job?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
When
he was the man and then some.
When George Washington, before he was president, get this, didn't win a fucking battle till black people entered. Did you know that?
I'm not surprised.
So
They made a movie out of it, actually. Yeah.
so
You're talking about Glory.
again, properly chat.
There was an entire movie named Glory emphasizing how black men accentuated the victory. Yes.
So
So why do
Oh, whoa,
black
whoa, whoa, whoa,
men
wait,
have
wait,
it?
wait, wait, wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait, wait,
hold
wait, wait,
on,
wait, wait.
hold on. Everybody pause. I'm gonna ask the most philosophical question to this. Once again, tell me what fucking war did America win without a black man? And then we will see if he was the right fucking man for the job.
Globally or in this country?
When I talk about
Quit
black
jerking
men,
around.
I talk about
I'm just
black
saying.
American men. We're going to clarify all the stupidity and all the near say. Black American men, meaning your ancestors were slaves. Foundational ADOS. Okay? Okay? American descendants of slaves, not tethers. You will not take my ancestors' victory. You will not speak of men greater than you and take that as your own. Am I clear? So once again, we're going to ask this question, Channel and Pat and panel, because I love audience participation in both ways. Describe to me one war that America won without black men there.
Yeah, that's not a valid question.
That is a goddamn valid question.
No, it's not, because black men have always contributed to the freedoms of their people.
So tell
Always.
no. Mela, you're a smart woman. Repeat what I said.
I'm not going to do that.
Because you know goddamn well what the fuck I said. Tell me one war that America won without black men.
I tell you what.
No. Tell me what the fuck I just
I'll
said.
tell you that it would be interesting.
Tell me what I just asked.
You asked what wars have black men.
No. Tell me what war did America win without black men?
What wars did America win without black men?
Name one. Just one. One.
All right. ONE is different from WON. Let's get that started. Right?
Let's get that started.
Let's get that started.
What happens when it's none? The
Well,
first kill and die for this was black.
considering that our
So
people, okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like, the nature of your question is
is
what's the word I'm looking for? It's like, it's evident, right? It's evident. The answer to your question is evident. I'm trying to understand your point respectfully.
it's so
What
elementary.
are you
that
saying, that we can't do nothing without black men? Is that what you're saying?
this country told you we couldn't do anything without black men, then it showed you not. Because 85% of the inventions we still use today were made by black men, were they not?
Absolutely. So
So
that being solidified, that we can't do anything without black men, what is your point going forward?
So in other words,
Because we already understand this. So what is your point going forward?
So in other words, my point is that historically, black men were men of conviction. Yes or no?
There we go with this addiction to rhetorical questions. What is your point going forward?
No, because we're talking not rhetorically, but we're talking like
You're
in a
asking questions to an intelligent group of people. You are aware of what you're saying.
In other words, you got to realize that I'm speaking in a term that people 5, 10, 30 years ago are going to listen to this very conversation and going to need this openly free
A
knowledge.
goal? You said a goal. You
I'm,
realize that, right?
I'm speaking in this knowledge. Yes, I said a go. We're black men historically men of conviction.
Oh, I'm supposed to answer that? Yes.
No.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
So, what is the modern definition of conviction? Are black men
Here we go, man. Here we
are
go.
black men the same men of conviction as they were of yesteryear?
If you could make your point, that would be so righteous.
The point is, you got to answer it.
Oh man, you
No,
not
no, no,
you
like
on something else, man.
I know. I think I'm cute, Dan. I know
You
I'm.
on something else. It's like you
I
get off
know
on hearing people saying yes and yes and no to these rhetorical
because
questions when you could just make your point.
because here's the fucking
What
point,
the hell is going on?
Mella. I'm not an egomaniac. I teach. The reason why is because there are younger men that are
We
literally half our age who listen
we
to this.
want the lecture.
Here's the
We want
lecture.
the lecture.
Here's the lecture. Because if it was a lecture, it would just be me talking and you silent.
Exactly.
So this is free
Teach
flowing.
me something.
Okay, I'm
Teach
gonna
me
teach you.
something I don't know.
Okay, shut up. See, you learned. Now, see, I taught her. Now, what happened was when you took the most evident puzzle piece out the system, which is the father, because the father throughout history make the boys more daring. They make the boys more trying. They tell the boys to go out there and learn the world for themselves. Where mom still looks at you as her little boy. Every young man has to surpass his mother, but equal his father.
hmm
But guess what fathers always want you to do? There's a Japanese proverb that says, and I quote, the master knows his job is done when the student does what?
Surpass him.
Thank you. I may not agree with some of the people I taught being married early in life, but guess what I can't complain about a man who never married? Am I making sense, panel and chat?
hmm
We're listening.
Am I making sense, panel and chat?
I'm listening.
Yeah, yeah.
So what the fuck did I teach them young men to be? Husbands.
Righteous men. You taught
What the
them to
fuck
be
did I
upright, righteous. You taught them to be also daring, to be productive men, first and foremost, to themselves, to their families, and then to communities. Because it trickles down, or AKA, it's a ripple effect.
So what the fuck did I teach them to be? At some point, you're gonna surpass me.
You got to surpass it because and that's the only way can a society evolve. Because remember, you give me the foundation.
No, no, no.
From that, I got to build onwards.
Hold on a minute, Pat. I gotta tell you to mute, and I'm gonna let you finish your thought. Come on.
Okay.
I love audience participation, chat. I don't give a fuck if I got 240 or 24 people in my chat. Am I making sense, chat? Let me know. Because I can I can simplify what I'm trying to clarify.
I can assist in doing that.
Because, first of all, when you have a son and you're a father or a mentor,
Mm-hmm.
you're trying to put your son, because guess what? No matter what, a lot of these young men are my sons. Only one came from my sack. But how many live off my lessons?
Numerous.
See, women know legacy one way. Men know legacy two ways. Women know the legacy of what they birth. Men know legacy from sire and what they teach. How many martial arts masters never had biological children, but they passed their lessons down in so many art forms?
Wow.
My style of wrestling is a martial art form. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm. It's grappling.
My martial arts style form is actually multiple styles of wrestling itself. I can do the bow and arrow style, the Nelson series, the Granby series, the Switch series. So many different series of wrestling that meshed in to my style that I bestowed upon other guys.
Mm-hmm. Charles, I want
Hold it right there.
to.
Words, everybody who wrestled under me is under my style. I'm under Larry Brown's style.
Mm-hmm. Larry Brown.
He
All right.
has his masters. So guess what? Only one came from my nutsack, but I have many sons.
Yep.
Under just my discipline alone. That's why I always say women know legacy one way, men know it two. This is why so many times you used to send your son to the boxing ring. I had a guy ask me on Instagram looking at clips of Ray Robinson. I said, trust me, if you thought Mayweather was sick with the Philly shell, there are so many people. And trust me, Mayweather's the second best people I've seen with the Philly shell. Second.
What about Smoking Joe? Smoking Joe Frazier.
Joe had the best gazelle punch ever. Who is a better Philly shell? What's his name? I forgot what his name. He's from Philly. That's where all that shit came from. Because guess what? I highly disagree. Let me put it to you this way: do you agree with fucking Philly having a Rocky statue and not fucking Smoking Joe?
I disagree with that entirely.
It's outrageous. The man who beat Ali in his prime,
Knocked him out.
he didn't knock him out. Ali was never knocked out. He been knocked out before. He'd never been knocked out. All his losses was decision. Decision. The closest thing to a knockout was the TKO from what? That's a knockout. And guess what? He was never put to sleep. He just didn't answer help at his corner. That's a knockout. So he's never been
the same
Wait,
thing.
wait a minute.
really count on.
Yes, that's the same.
You can count on your hands how many times Ali even hit the.
A TKO is a knockout.
So here's the part.
It's literally
A TKO is literally a knockout. Emphasis
That's a
on
technical
KO
knockout.
of TKO.
Now, we're gonna put it on this one. Why you call certain people the greatest? Why you call Ray Robinson the greatest? Because Ray Robinson is a psychopath. How many motherfuckers can defend their world title 5 times in 1 month and knock out all 5 of them motherfuckers?
Would that be your fight?
Damn.
Charles, what is this all about?
It's the fact that tell me modern black men what type of conviction do you have? Do you have the type of conviction of fucking not even King David, Shepherd David? Are you so insulted that somebody speaks ill of your family tree, somebody speaks ill of your greatness, that guess what? David was insulted by his whole older brothers. He's the youngest of what, about 12? He
Yeah.
literally did the Hebrew equivalent of cussed them out and said, how you gonna let that bitch ass nigga talk bad about our God? I'll kill him. But you're just a book. I'll fucking deal with him. You don't talk shit.
David was a shepherd boy.
How you
Count on life that
gonna
he shepherd boy.
That's like you talking bad about somebody who did well by you all your life. Would you allow it?
No,
See, this
I'm gonna
is the
defend that person. I don't care what they say. I said, hey, he didn't never did anything wrong by me. Whatever he did to you, you better tell me why he did it to you. And someone
I've
tell me you're not telling me the
been,
whole story.
yeah,
I'm
I've
telling
been in that position
you,
where
when
I
you're 50
defended
years
someone
old,
that was
you
accused of
got more
wrongdoing.
balls than your older brothers by 10 years to go slay a giant. What does it say about
Mm-hmm.
you? And you wonder
You
why
one
God
bad motherfucker.
ordained him as king.
Courtesy of the prophet Samuel. When he poured holy olive oil on
I
his
don't
head.
wonder about it.
Here's
Not that
another
anyone asked, but I don't wonder about it.
here's another thing black men don't do too well. Black men don't know how to stand on their own square when nobody else agrees with them.
That's the truth test. Are you willing to stand for your convictions? Stand for what you believe is right.
I have an example. There is a man who's a veteran that truly believes that a woman only exists to be significant for producing children. There's no other significance beyond that. That's his conviction. He believes that shit. You know, he has what, 3 ex-wives and 5 baby mamas in total, and they were like, well, what about, you know, this woman who gave birth to a son that you favor? She was just a vessel. She was just a vessel, and he met that. He meant that shit. He meant.
Well, there are some cultures that's the way of life. The Saudi royal family, for example,
I'm not
women don't
talking
really
about
count for much.
American soil, sir.
But here's what I'm talking about, though. There's cultures that's like that. You know, women just don't really count for much, except that's your job to push your baby out. I mean, my thing is
Meanwhile, in
when
America,
women tell men, oh, you're a man, you're supposed to be the provider. Well, then what the fuck are you? What else are you for other than giving me a child? If my
Mm-hmm.
job is to provide food, clothing, shelter, then what the hell else are you going to be doing except cooking and cleaning? But if you say that, then women will come back with, oh, well, I'm a woman. I'm more than that. Well, make up your mind then. And again, when you're talking to black men in America or on American soil, as you put it, black men in America are the most liberal of men throughout the fucking world when it comes to women's rights. And it's not even close.
that brother
Very
didn't
seldom do
sound
you
like.
run across a black man who, you know, like I've heard so many different races of men tell me to my face, yo, I don't deal with women doctors. You rarely hear that shit from black men. So when women get offended by that, it's like, okay, well then what else is your job? Because if you say military, well, a lot of military men don't really like to see women. I mean, I don't want to see a woman getting shot at and getting blown up by a fucking mortar. If I had
Nope.
to choose, I would say let that be a man that gets blown up by a mortar. You know, that's not a knock on women. That's simply saying hey, I would rather be the fighter and protect the woman.
Mhm.
Here's the question, right?
And- mhm.
Hey, Liz, get your ass up here, young man. Get your ass up here. Let me put it to you this way, right? Notice how everybody can make a designation for what a man's supposed to do, but in modern times, we can't put a designation on what women are supposed to do.
And what would be that designation? What's the
Women,
designation that
you
women have? What say
Well, I
you?
mean, we
what,
already know that.
No,
what
what
we're
say you
Men already know
specifically
what their
out
designation
loud,
is. So why don't
live, not Memorex, is
we're
the
gonna
designation of women?
birth
ask
giver?
it one more time, so I can give my fairest assessment.
I say birth giver.
Because I'm going to tell you what the designation of what women are supposed to do. Women are supposed to do is listen to the wisest men they can find, bear the strongest children they can, raise the brightest children they can, and at a certain age, give them to the men to make them functional throughout the world and conquer that son of a bitch.
You know what?
Do you go get anyone
You know
in
what?
Sparta?
Because I'm going to tell you what, if you're not raising your child to be a potential mayor, governor, or president, what the fuck are you raising your child to be?
Well, let's examine that, shall we? Let's take Barack Obama, for instance. Was his mother raising him to be a president, or did he find his own path?
No, he was groomed.
He was what?
He was groomed.
He was groomed. You
Oh,
don't
look!
say.
Look how she's reacted. Look how she's reacted
You
to the word
don't say.
groom.
So you asked me the question. Don't get mad with the
No,
answer.
you emphasize that boys are to be raised by their mothers to aspire for the highest leadership they can attain. And I asked you specifically, was Barack Obama raised to be president?
So,
And the answer apparently is he was groomed. That's
so,
your answer.
yep. And this is the part where you failed. You know what you failed at? Because you didn't listen to the key point of to a certain age.
I cannot hardly.
The,
I cannot hardly wait for you to identify this failure. Come on,
the
come on.
failure was
I
to
want to
begin
hear it.
to, because guess what? After you're supposed to teach that kid ABC, one, two, three, and nurse them to the point where they're strong enough to fucking carry a spear and a sword, because guess what women
A
traditionally do?
spear and a sword. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, that is the protection part, the spear and the sword.
The
I mean,
Ephesians
that's a
6:11.
man's job, is it not?
I'm not tripping. Ephesians 6:11. Shout out to Ephesians 6:11. I'm not tripping about spears and swords. I'm not tripping.
because I'm going to tell you because you asked my thought, right? Now I'm going to give it to you raw and uncut because that's how we do it on my channel, right?
Just try not to mention your nuts while you're doing it.
I will mention my nuts till it spills.
Then I'm logging off.
Guess what? Maybe you like a piece of them. I don't know, but let me finish. Here's the fact. Number one, a woman is supposed to be the first teacher of a child. Felicia Rashad once eloquently put, where the women go, so does the culture. Men are the builders of civilization, women's are the teacher of culture, which means neither side is alleviated from any fucking responsibility. You're supposed to teach my son how to behave in society. I'm supposed to teach him how to rule and dictate society. Because what happens with a lot of women, because notice, how many men say I'm the mother and father in our society? But how many women will say shit? You don't have to answer, it's rhetorical.
And just
I can say
open
this.
your tongue while
Hold
you
on,
say
I
it.
can say this.
hold on.
Mhm.
At the age of around 7, that boy, this is the biggest part of the mom's job, is to get that boy underneath her fucking dress and skirt. And she's supposed to turn her back and let the father take over. Even if it hurts her soul, that's a good mother. You know why? Because that mother knows I can't teach you. I could teach you to be a good human being, but damn sure I can't teach you to be no goddamn man.
That's what the Spartans did.
Although
You all with these
it don't
outside of
it
reality references are cracking me up.
it
You know
don't
what?
it
No, the Spartans is absolutely
the mother
reality.
does not turn the child over.
I'm mentioning current
The
current
men
existence,
Okay, so let's talk about
not
current then.
antiquity.
You know what?
Why is it so
What
hard
are
to
we
accept?
doing with antiquity?
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
why are
So
we
why is it?
introducing antiquity
Oh,
in
okay. So why is it?
You know
conversations
what?
about current
I
events?
normally don't.
Oh, okay. So
Why are
let's
we
talk
doing
about
that?
current. So
Hold
let's
on.
talk about current.
Hold on.
Why is it that currently?
Hold
By
on.
the power of Grayskull.
Normally I don't do this on my panel, but you just struck a fucking accord with me. That happened to me in my real fucking life. 20 plus years ago, damn near 30. When I first wanted to join wrestling, my mother was against it. You know, my father and my grandfather and my grandfather and my godfather, who was her father, her ex-husband, and her uncle, told her, if the boy gets hurt, let him die being a man. I'd rather die trying than live failing.
Who remembers in the
It's
movie Friday?
hold on, Naaman.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
And normally I don't like to take control of this because I love a free flowing panel. Personally, I love it.
hmm Understood.
But this is
I
where
was
it
out of
hits.
line. My bad.
This no, you're not out of line. This is me. This is why I'm apologizing to you because I normally don't do it.
Mm.
So I'm ashamed to apologize to other people. I'm sorry, ABM. I'm sorry, Mel. I'm sorry, Uber. Sorry, List. I'm sorry, Chat. I
We
normally don't.
understand.
Anybody who followed me for these years, I normally don't do this, but the shit just hit a chord. See, when I say that she's supposed to give the son to the father at a certain age, I'm being nice about it. Because let's look at Officer Charles when his son's mother, because me and Angie are great now, we're best of friends now. Even her other two children's fathers, we smoke cigars and drink together. We have a great relationship because we all look for the betterment of our children. Do you think if I see her other two sons doing something right or wrong, I'm not going to intervene? If they're doing something wrong, come here, get in my car. You think I'm not going to teach them? Well, you know goddamn well none of them. Who's your big brother? Sure, Peanut. Will he appreciate that? No. Come on, we're gonna have a talk with your mother and your father. We all gonna be here. Because guess what? Guess who her two youngest sons look up to? My son.
If
Guess who?
if he got a if he
Oh,
got a
hold on,
tattoo
hold
without
on.
permission, would you intervene?
If he got a tattoo, how can I intervene?
If a underage child, like say a child under 18, just arbitrarily decided to get a tattoo, a prominent tattoo, with without
Okay,
consulting his caregivers. I'm talking about the sons under your watch. I'm not talking about your biological sons. I'm talking about the sons under your watch. How would you intervene in that circumstance?
I'll go even harder than that. When the people who I've mentored had children. Children! Fuck a tattoo. Children! Coach, I gotta talk to you. Go ahead. Shorty says she pregnant. I said, okay. 2 things you need to do. Number 1, make sure it's yours. Number 2, get on your best Billy Badass shit and take care of them. What you mean? What, did I stutter, nigga? You talking to a genuine black. Thank you again, Black Guru. Thank you for your wisdom.
I was
You
for leaving, bro.
I have a question.
you you talking to a true black pill motherfucker. My niece is like my daughter. She has 6 kids by 3 people. Guess who's the biggest motherfucker in her ass about?
You.
I had to speak to my sister, who is her mother, who is her oldest, who is obviously her children's grandmother.
God damn.
Grandson has to live with her because I told me and her had a talk. My sister's 10 years older than me. See, this is how me and my sister always looked at our family as the royal family of the branch of Faulkner. Okay? We are the royal part. We are the heir apparents of the branch of Faulkner. See, my sister, who's older by almost 10 years, we could speak smoking cigars or her weed and drinking liquor. Daughter's making grandson a babysitter. She said, I noticed that too. He gonna live with me. Bet. Because it was either you or me he was gonna live with. She says, I know. So guess what we just did to her oldest son? We took him out of bunk. You gonna have your children irresponsibly, then guess what? Responsibly, you're gonna watch them motherfuckers.
Hey, I have a question.
Do you agree with what me and my sister just agreed about? Anybody?
Yeah, I agree.
I do.
Go
Man,
ahead.
it's common
Absolutely, man.
sense. But going back to the soul swords and thing and all that, because Mellis said it alluded to how that's the old days and we're talking about current stuff. Like, isn't that just the same? Isn't that what we ought to be teaching boys today? Shouldn't we get back to how things used to be instead of this? Well, it's the 21st century. We got to do shit differently, even though different never amounts to shit. And the old ways of doing things is the proven way of doing things, but somehow we got away from that.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna ask this one question. Hey Chris, when you won your championship, was there any discussion who was the best? Huh? Who was the fucking best? Say it louder. Fucking right. When I won my championships, was there any discussion who was the best? Not goddamn at all. See, we don't go through, champions don't go through maybes and with not. It goes through wins, losses, and everything else don't fucking matter. See, that's the hardest part for women to understand. Guess what? What did my man Sean Connery say in The Rock? Sean Connery, James Bond. He says,
Your
you
best.
gonna be the bitch on the
Your
side, you're gonna be the motherfucker fucking the prom queen. When you want to be.
Whiners complain about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Winners think about winning. Losers think about the winner. Guess what? 2 weeks ago, Mr. Burrows put foot to ass to the Ravens. Guess what happened today? Mr. Jackson put belt to ass to Mr. Burrows. You fucked this up. Good.
Ow! Oh! Ah! Hey!
How embarrassing is it when you can't even score on me? See, women don't think in those concepts. Even
Since
Liz Bob
when
said,
is that
just
right?
because you have a child doesn't make a wife. Concubines, mistresses, and countesses and courtesans exist for a reason, depending on the class and resources of that man. See,
Mm-hmm.
guess what? A
Uh,
whore,
we're in America.
huh? Say that again, Mella.
This is America.
So whores don't exist in America?
This
Side chicks.
is America.
This is America.
What about
Whores,
side chicks?
What I'm hearing is the preference for women to subjugate themselves to the authority of men. That's what I'm hearing.
let me
That's
ask
the
you this.
preference.
Ask you this question, Mella.
That is the preference.
Let me ask you this question, Mella. Were women doing better when they were under the authority and protection of men totally? Or were they doing worse?
And that's a serious question. Okay, okay. Considering that you're asking a serious question, I'm going to say no.
So, when we run an
Women were
experiment,
not doing better.
so let me ask you
Just
this
like
question.
men in certain circumstances were not doing better. No
How,
one who was impoverished was doing better. But women who were not impoverished were in fact doing better.
they were doing worse.
Women who were not impoverished.
They were doing worse.
Tell me how, please.
Who spends more money frivolously, men or women?
Tell me how women were doing worse.
Answer my question.
I know you asked me a question. I asked you a question.
No. You're gonna before I answer your goddamn question, you gotta
So
respond.
this is some combat stuff. Okay.
No. I answer your question. If
You did?
if you ask
You
me a
didn't
question
answer my question.
because I asked mine first.
You didn't answer my question first.
No, because you're gonna answer my question
You know what?
respectfully.
We don't
And I'm
need to play ping pong right now. I'm going to mute.
thank you. Because this is the reason why it gets hard for men of intellect to talk to women. Because here's the thing. Do me a favor. I'm going to ask this in 3 different ways. 4 different ways. Okay?
To whom?
Hold on. You muted.
To
Remember?
whom?
Muted. You're muted. ABM, Bliss, Lewis, Namer. Ask me difficult questions. Please. Ask any question you want that's difficult, and see what happens to the result. Each one of you, starting from ABM all the way down to loss, ask me a difficult question and see the difference. Starting with ABM, go ahead, ask me a difficult question.
Don't you take too long, Harpo.
Wait till I ask the question. Ask me a difficult philosophical question, please.
Oh, now it's philosophical. Oh, okay.
Because most of the shit you've been asking me was philosophical, so yes.
That's not what your first question was.
Ask me, anybody in the chat, ask me a difficult philosophical question.
I have a question. A
Go
very
ahead.
one.
Ask me, no, person.
Make sure you don't move the goalposts like Charles does.
Mella, you don't move goal lines, you Justin Tucker that motherfucker. Now, all you fellas, Liz, ask me a difficult question. A difficult philosophical question. Excuse me, lost.
Give him a chance to look it up first, Charles.
First, I need her to stop talking so I can actually think.
Thank you. Out the mouth of babes comes the truth.
Oh yeah.
See, I'm going to show you in live and in living color the
They
difference.
weren't finished thinking yet, Charles.
Remember, we need silence for thought. Silence. Anybody want to join the chat, and the pat? Please come up. Don't forget to support the Chash App and the PayPal. This will go ahead. Anybody got a question? A very good philosophical question for me? There's no rhyme, no reason. Shout out to George Duke.
What is the nature of fortitude, Charles?
Hey Charles, I got a question.
Oh,
Go
here
ahead.
we go. Thank God.
Go ahead.
What's the dichotomy between the love and sacrifice and knowing when to actually give up that love that is once deep in your heart, knowing that it will hurt you, but at the same time, you know it's for the betterment of yourself.
Number one, the dichotomy of love and sacrifice. Sometimes love is sacrifice. For example, I sacrifice making $500,000 a year to raise my child. That's my sacrifice. That's my penance. It was more important for me to make sure he's raised to be a proper human being and a good man with good characteristics than to make money and to spoil him. And next thing you know, he's a hellion on wheels. I love myself enough to wage a war that he never has to fight. But I'm not stupid enough not to let my son fall and feel the sting of failure. A good father is not a cushion. A good father is a parachute. You're going to fall, but not hard enough to break your leg. You got to learn to pick yourself back up at some point. As my father did with me, as my coach did with me, as my grandfather did with me. The term belt the ass is not abuse. Belt the ass is a correction because discipline. Because
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're
that, that,
advocating
that,
corporal punishment?
Let him finish.
that,
Let
that,
him finish.
mute up, woman. That's part of discipline, knowing to shut the fuck up and let somebody continue. Because discipline without love is just abuse. But guess what? If there's times I yelled at my son, and very few times I had to physically strike my son, if I was in the wrong as a father, I am not above apologizing to my son, hugging him and saying, I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
I'm not on mute right now. You want
You are now. Because as a man, no creature, even if I corrected my cat, and my cat did what he was supposed to do,
your cat?
I'm supposed to be man enough to tell my cat in some way that he can understand, I'm sorry, you were right.
Your cat.
Because guess what? Does my cat have feelings?
Oh
Does my
my
cat
God.
have. See, this is the reason why women don't have the fortitude and knowledge to understand what a dichotomy is. And it's been lost to them through the decades.
Is that
Because,
what?
for one, there was times 50, 20, 100 years ago where a man of my age would even speak to a man of your age, Lost, because they would look at you as beneath them. And do I not right now speak to you as an equal?
Yes. With limits. With limits.
See, the part about being a dichotomy is being a leader that I had to learn how to follow first. Well, my godson, when I put him and his buddy, who had the most security experience, as a lieutenant one night and the other one was the lieutenant the other night, when I was off, quote unquote off, because when you're the commander of a security detail, you're never truly off. You know what he did that first night? He pulled me to the side and shook my hand. One of the firmest handshakes I ever got from any man. How do you make this shit look easy? I said, you know what? You want to know what the secret was? It's never easy. You just learn how to adapt to it. Am I making sense, Loss?
Yes. Yes,
Because
sir.
a great leader never stops learning.
Hold on. Loss, how does that make sense to you? Can you expound as to how you've acquired its sensibility? Can you
It just
not
makes
just repeat him, but how does it make sense to you, what he just said?
it seems like common sense. It just makes sense.
No specificity. You just gonna throw out those vague terms, right?
No, it's plain
No
as
problem.
I can see.
I'm going on mute.
It's very understandable.
At what point is the information lost? Am I making sense?
Yeah,
ABM?
you're making sense. No,
ABM.
I was just gonna ask, why do black men always have to explain themselves?
See, I'm gonna answer that for you. Black men have to explain themselves. Black men always had to play life as a video game on extra hard. And because black men make extra hard look easy, it's baffling to the rest of the world. We literally enslaved you. We literally put you through proto-slavery with Jim Crow. We literally went back and forth, gunfight, knife fight, fist fight, doing civil rights. We literally put crack in your fucking neighborhoods and broke up your family, and you niggas are still here. If you would have done this to the white community, we would have died out a generation ago. How the fuck do you do it? We just do. We just.
I just find it funny that certain content creators, when they put the nasty shit that they put on this platform, nobody ever tells them to explain themselves. But when black men talk, we have to explain shit to people. And I think black men do way too much explaining, honestly. I don't think black men need to explain shit all the fucking time.
No one's asked how explain self-deletion of black male babies.
Thank you. Nobody ever asked that. Please explain why that's a good idea to promote deletion of black male babies. Nobody, no woman nowhere will ever ask that to get explained.
I literally confronted her about that. Literally.
You never see it. I've never seen it.
And
well,
I'm gonna put it out there.
and there you're left guessing then, and that's the issue. You're left.
Oh, I'm
guessing.
not guessing. I'm simply saying I've never seen it. I'm gonna have to see it.
I'm telling you, it's a race now, but I've literally confronted
Okay,
her
so
about that.
then I'm gonna have to see it. That's what I said.
How it's basically an impulsive emotional outburst.
Okay, but
because
again,
it
I'm gonna have to see it.
scientifically make sense.
I'm just gonna have to see it.
It's legendary. She took it off.
I'm tired of people always second guessing black men. You want black men to be leaders, but then you constantly second guess them and undermine them. We say there comes an age when the mother should hand the boys off to the father, and then we scoff at the idea, like that's so primitive and that's so ancient.
Mm-hmm.
But then those same boys that 90% of you get the custody of, and y'all sent out in the world at 18 and 21. You send them out in the world with nothing, and then somebody else's daughter is saying, you niggas ain't got shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, who you really mad at? Like, why you mad at this kid? You get me? Who was born with nothing?
Or are you just,
like, why you mad at him?
Is that spewing, or are you asking a question?
No, that's a genuine question.
The question is who we're mad at. That's the question.
The question is why don't you want to listen to men when they come up with solutions
I'll tell
and
you
then
why.
criticize the same men that you never wanted to listen to
Okay, when it comes to
for not having a solution?
okay, when it comes to that, I want to respect Charles by introducing his favorite word, dichotomy. There's a dichotomy regarding fortitude. There's endurance and there's enterprise. Unfortunately, black men are excellent when it comes to endurance. You all are excellent. You are historically excellent for endurance. But what you have yet to demonstrate is enterprise. And that's why we question your authority.
So
That's why.
Black Wall Street doesn't exist. Rosewood
Black
doesn't
Wall
exist.
Street, nigga, you got businesses now. We don't need to talk about Black Wall Street. Okay, if a black man had a fucking tire shop,
Your
is that enough
your,
enterprise?
your
Or when we
ability.
say enterprise, are we talking about
Oh,
Elon Musk and,
What are
and
we?
Jeff
That's what.
Bezos? Is
Yeah,
that what you
yeah,
really talking about?
yeah. That's what we really talking about.
Okay, so let's get this straight. Let
Where's
me
your
make this clear.
enterprise, black man?
Okay,
Where's?
so again,
Because we want to
let's
discuss
dialogue.
dichotomy.
Ma'am, can I
Where's?
speak, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, so the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1965. It's the year 2025. That's 60 fucking years ago. So 60 fucking years since you was able to fucking vote and you was able to walk in the front door of whatever fucking establishment you wanted to walk into.
Not
Because
me.
60 years
Men.
ago, half of these businesses, you couldn't even walk in the front door. You had to go around the alley. 60 years later, you want those men to be on the same goddamn level as a fucking Elon Musk, who was born in the money, by the way, and a Jeff Bezos, who was born in the money, by the way. You want those black men to be them. And if they're not them, then hey, I don't have to listen to shit.
It's not a
So
want.
then what? So then
It's an
when black men
observation.
say fuck it and
It's an
don't want to deal
observation.
with you,
It's an
right?
observation.
Because you don't want to hand your kids off to fathers. You don't want to listen to shit. You'll rather listen to Uncle Sam and his welfare and his all that bullshit. So then it shouldn't be no complaint at this point about why black men don't want to deal with you. But you come to the red pill spaces with, oh, you niggas cheat. Oh, why y'all cheat on us?
Nobody
Because
even
you don't want to
mentioned
listen to us any fucking way. So what
Nobody.
difference does it make?
Oh, so it's
I'm
a
just
conscious.
going off what you just asked.
I'm glad you just mentioned that. It's a conscious decision to cheat, huh? It's
Yeah.
about rebellion. It's like, why
No,
should we?
no. It's
No, you said what you
it's
said,
the
brother.
yin and the yang.
You said what you said.
The very black.
There's a
Wait a
dichotomy
minute,
to
ma'am.
it.
Wait a minute, ma'am.
You're not
The
gonna
very
catch me
black
up.
men, the
You're not.
very black men that you don't want to
I'm
listen
the great
to
Mella. You're
is
not
the
gonna
very
catch me up.
black men
You're
who
not.
you desire undying, unwavering loyalty from. You don't even want to fucking listen to me. That don't make any sense. You shouldn't care if that's the case. If you honestly feel that black men ain't worth fucking listening to, why the hell do you care if they cheat on you? You don't care no fucking way about this guy. I don't want to listen to this loser. I'm just here to get some dick from him. I mean, we never be honest. But then you want his unwavering fucking loyalty. That's crazy from a man you don't respect.
And
That's just crazy.
And by the
true.
way, and by the
If you
way,
don't respect that man, why should you care if he's loyal? That's true.
and by, and by the
Yes.
by the way, ABM, where is Reginald F. Lewis from?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Lonely as Baltimore, Maryland produced what? The first what?
Black millionaire. Why should white
Millionaire
boys
or
have all the
billionaire?
fun as he asked?
The
I can't
Billionaire,
remember
excuse
the
me.
first millionaire or billionaire.
The first what? The first what, people?
Black billionaire.
From lonely as Baltimore created the what? The first, y'all talk about The Wire for Baltimore, but nobody ever makes a movie of the first black billionaire from Baltimore. And all
Ariel
the
Investments. Thank you, social media insurance, bro.
from all these United States. You know what?
Yo, Lonzo.
You know what, white boy? What do you want? What do you want, white boy? What do you want?
Yo, that's our man Alonzo in the background. Hey, Alonzo, what's good, man?
Hi, why are you here? You want to hear a black
Why am
woman's
I
voice
here?
or something? Yeah. What's up?
Well,
You want to hear a black
not really.
woman's voice?
Well, what is it? A black?
Yeah, you're looking
Not
for black
really. Not
women.
unless you're good looking. Most of you. Well, most of you are not good looking, to tell you honestly.
So you came up here to
Bad
critique.
features.
Okay.
Lonzo,
Well,
how
you
you
just
been,
asked if I'm looking for black
hold,
women.
Because you didn't
I'm
come up
only
here to
looking for.
fellowship.
hold on, brother. Hold on,
Well,
brother.
I'm looking for specific
Hold
black
on.
women,
Hold
like
on.
good looking.
Hold on.
I'll take your sister.
Hold on. Lonzo, hit my email. I got to get with you so we can talk about the importance of insurance in the black community. Let me know. Hit me up in the chat, and I'll give you my number in the background so we can set up a day to talk about black life and also term insurance for the black community. Promise you that we're gonna make a good show. Now, what are you talking about, bro?
Well, I don't know. What were you talking about? Black billionaires? There ain't too many
Yes.
of those. I'll tell you that. Is there a black billionaire?
You're in front of a
Yeah,
computer.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
There are
Really?
black people. Yeah.
Without sports and rap music, I don't think you would even have millionaires in the black community.
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna cater to your ignorance for a moment.
Ella,
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Ella, that's the part about men defending their women. The women don't need to know when somebody tries to insult the community. It's the men's job to settle that shit. First and foremost, where did the first black billionaire come from, fellas and ladies?
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Maryland.
What's the city that kept you from speaking with a British accent?
Baltimore.
So you're gonna put some respect on my name and my city's name before I have to proverbial do the same thing the Ravens did to Cincy. Belt the ass. Now, if you want to be a troll, I'm going to give you the time to omit yourself from this conversation.
He is trolling.
Because for some odd reason, you love coming up here, not having any intellectual thing to say, but to troll.
Why are you trolling, white man?
Don't
Why are
you
you
have?
trolling?
Why don't you go to any of the white manosphere places to troll? Did they kick you out?
What's going on, brothers? How we doing today?
What's up, Alonzo? You got my email.
We got a Caucasian that's sharing this stream with his other Caucasian friends
I'm
to
not
point
positive.
out what's to be
Hold on,
critiqued
brother.
amongst us.
Hold
It's
on,
But
sad.
hold on,
I
Bella.
did put my my contact info in the back chat.
Yeah. Hit my email in the back. Obvious reasons, because I don't want to put my. If it was
Yeah, no,
someone,
just shoot me a text after. That's totally fine. I'd like to speak to the gentleman who I guess is a white male who's I guess assuming coming to troll. Maybe he's coming for some fashion. What's your
I
name,
just
sir?
feel that you're a black racist.
Say again?
That's all you are. You are a black racist. Why don't you just admit what you are?
I absolutely am a black racist. I'm a black supremacist.
That's right.
So,
And Baltimore is a shithole. You're ghetto. You ruin cities. You're 13% of the population and 50% of all violent crime. Now, why don't you, Alonzo, speak for that?
Yo, why don't you talk about them pedophile statistics since we're talking about crime stats?
Guys, hold on. This
Fuck all
We're not
that.
talking about
Give me the
violent
pedophile
crimes.
stats
hold on,
now.
hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
I'm just
This
saying,
is
he don't want to give me the
no,
pedophile stats.
hold on,
You
brother.
have
Hold on, brother.
ruined Baltimore.
It's an
You
emotional
are a
response
plague.
he's
You
looking
people have
for,
ruined the inner
and
city.
By the power of Grayskull.
Now, just to tease you a little bit, notice Prince Adam got darker the more powerful he became. Anybody notice that?
yes, we did.
And now Alonzo asked to speak freely. What we're gonna do is give my
Where are
guest
all the black scientists? Where are the black scientists interventions then?
85% of the inventions you use today, including this goddamn internet and the computer you utilize currently,
Ben
is made.
Carson.
Wait, guys, don't give emotional responses.
Oh,
What's
those are not.
happening?
Those are not
That's
emotional.
all.
Well, no, I know,
You
but
know
what's
it's
happening
nonsense,
is
and
he's
I
looking
know
for
it's nonsense.
reactionary responses. So if you break him down with stoicism and literally just let him build his own wall of idiocy, he will crumble. I'm glad you tossed him off, but I have fun with those type of people. I like to torture them with their own mind games and let him
Absolutely.
use his own weaponry against him.
Hey, what's good, Alonzo? Can I say something short? I
Yes,
was
sir.
coming here for many things. I see a white man that has
Hi,
Rumble
Chaos.
account. A Rumble account. I guess wants to engage in conversation that doesn't really add on to this conversation. Now, if you want to talk about an invention, all stuff that black people contribute, it's simple. You have Google. You have books. We're not here. This is not a teaching class. You can look for yourself, sir. That's just a waste of time. And to be honest with you.
Because last time I checked,
And reading, you moronic idiot.
You didn't have your turn to talk. Alonzo's not finished. Number one, we're to use manners. I'm pretty sure your mama and papa showed you that. Alonzo, please, my dude.
Yeah, you're a bunch of stuff.
Now, because you inbred, never made anything but the fucking patent office to steal anybody's shit.
He's sharing this live stream with his cohorts.
Which is great because guess what? You're giving me more view. You're giving me more viewership.
Well, that's how fucking ignorant you are. You're a moron.
I'm a moron, but you had to go to a moron's page to spew your fucking racist rhetoric. But see, this is the part about stoicism, my brother Alonzo
I
was
have
speaking.
black fatigue from your moronic asses and your
But yet the world has white fatigue, and that's why China's kicking your ass.
subjecting everybody to witness.
Why are you seeking higher ground?
This is hold on. Number one, Alonzo, please finish because you asked for your time to speak.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the stoicism is definitely excellent there, but at any rate, he's not important. So how's everyone else doing today?
Well, fine, blown.
Terrific. Terrific with a capital T.
Good.
How you doing? How's the family?
We're doing well. We're doing well. Yeah, Charles, I cannot wait to. We definitely have to link up. As you guys see, I have credentials behind my name now, RFC. So I'm now a registered financial consultant.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish I
Soon,
had known
hopefully.
you 12 years ago.
Hold up. But we don't just do that for a brother who got his credentials. We got to do it the way we supposed to do it. Let me see what my man is. Everybody on 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
Woo!
Ooh, yeah.
Woo!
Oh, before we continue, I just got a question from Mella.
Well done.
I have a question from Mella.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Did you
He said he has a question for me, Charles.
Hold on. We'll get to that after Alonzo's finished.
Yeah.
Oh, right,
So
right,
I'll be
right.
really brief.
Very well.
I definitely want to come talk about, that thing. Insurance is great. Life insurance is great. It's not the only thing. I want to talk about overall legacy leaving, right? Because especially as black men, one of the things that I did hear, Mella talk about was industriousness. And so, you know, I do,
Enterprise.
or I'm sorry, enterprising,
Yes.
which would also be partially being industrious and controlling industries. Um, and in that, there is a lot of that is done, but I think societally we have to be a little bit more demanding of the fact that we have our things and that they are often co-opted. You know, prime example. Now I am on, and Chaos, you were there in a back chat where we were talking about, you know, me having a channel for the last 5 years, and the guy was like, "I never knew," and you almost flipped your wig, like, he's got this, and I am actually a part of now a podcast with some other white gentlemen, and you know, now everybody
Here's the
who
point,
was
not that
there,
man that was on the panel, but someone more with some sense.
right?
Yeah.
You know, and so, but all I ask is, you know, let's definitely, I got you, bro. Let's definitely, you know, connect, link up, and I will gladly give, you know, as much information as I can in terms of, you know, what us as black men, I think we can start doing is practicing nepotism and cronyism. Right. If my son wants to get into something, my son wants to get into security, but I'm not into it. Guess who I know? Charles. Hey, Charles, check it out. My son, da 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 da. Start him sweeping the floors. Don't start him off at the top because you know me. Start and work him harder than the average because you know me. Right?
That's going to be the
And
gopher. Because
yeah,
guess what? If I give your son a gun and the ability to protect, your son's going to have to learn the ability to serve.
yes.
Why do you
Right.
think I'm so good at it? Because why do you think the job I'm at, I told the bosses at the job I'm working, you may pay 35 an hour, but there's times I pay people $200 an hour. I'm more qualified than the motherfuckers you got hiring supposed to be your field managers. I can see there's a reason why, and I'm sorry, Alonzo, I'm gonna get right back to you. There's a
No
re-
worries.
there's a reason why I can speak so openly about so many things. Is because one, I have the experience, the training, and the education to do so. Just like Alonzo, I remember when he was a budding guy starting in insurance, and there wasn't a lot of people who believed in you, was it?
No, they weren't.
What did I tell you the first time you said you were doing insurance?
I'm not gonna lie and say I remember, but it was likely don't quit, keep going, keep pushing.
I'm a little bit more vulgar and explicit about that. Motherfucker, don't you quit.
Yeah.
I remember, excuse me, Charles, but I remember when he first came on the panel and we had a serious discussion about a lot of things. One of those things was his family situation, his marriage. By the way, how's the wife doing? First of all, Alonzo,
Oh, she's great.
do send her my best. You remember me? This is Wolf, aka Diggy. But
Yeah, I know.
yeah, no, we had a conversation one time on one of your streams. That was great, you know, because you know you brought out the inner accountant in me. But we talked about a whole lot of things because you were asking about how to turn your life around as well, because you were dealing with certain personal issues.
Right.
And we helped you get where you need to be, and you look what you are now.
And
Slowly but
Also, I
gradually, you
quit
got to where you
smoking.
need to be.
and the beautiful thing
Yeah,
about
congratulations.
and the beautiful thing before I let Alonzo speak,
Mhm.
if anybody noticed, even when I disagree with Mela, do I give Mela her flowers?
Yes.
You do.
I like to give Alonzo his flowers because if Alonzo told you his story back in the day years ago, that motherfucker's a walking miracle.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to go into it if you choose to. He's a walking miracle who changed his life around. He's the example of black men being great, not because of, but in spite of. When people talk about the ingenuity of black men, I never questioned the ingenuity of black women. But if you ever notice, there's always a question about the studiousness and the ingenuity and integrity of black men. His wife believed in him. His people, his space believed in him. This man is bringing generational wealth to so many families. He's literally Peter Parker and Clark Kent. And there's going to come a time and day, and hopefully it's while he's still above ground, when he realized how many people he helped.
Thank you.
I had
How
that.
many lives he's touched?
I had that.
But he'll never get the credit for it because he doesn't have a building with a big shiny sign on front.
And I had a moment in my life where I had to be reminded. And I was checked by Chris, Rob, Charles III, aka Peanut, Cam, Fats, Smokes, my friends, Sean, Glispie, and Barbour, Ali, Darren, Mel. When we take away our male banter and ridicule with each other because male bonding is talk, you can tell the closeness of people when they talk. When men
Fucking
talk,
more shit.
when men talk about each other very badly, you can tell how close they are. When we could actually make jokes, very rude jokes of each other, and we're both laughing, and we go back and forth. When I
You
was
didn't kill me with one of those jokes, damn it.
when I was in my self-pity prison, thank you, Frankie Beverly, depressed, low, and even my wrestling team, when I lost the minor, God rest his soul, because I didn't find out till his coach, who's a member of my cigar lounge, told me. And this is heartfelt. I'm gonna fight the tears telling this story when I have my cigar lounge party this year. I didn't know my greatest rival took his own life. Heavy shit.
Whoa.
Heavy shit, isn't it?
Yeah, that is heavy.
I wished that we could have had a conversation, a drink, and a smoke. I wish that he was a war vet like me. Who knew? Who knew that two rivals took similar paths? He was my Vegeta. Maybe I was his Vegeta. We were each other's Vegeta and Goku. We lived to make each other stronger. He even told me when you won, he beat you in the season, you beat him during the championship finals. He said, I literally cried at two young black men hugging each other. He said, do you remember what you told him and what he told you? You both told each other, thank you for making me stronger. That's so deep, but so simplistic, is it not, fellas and ladies?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm fighting the tears now when he brought back that memory. That I told the whole cigar lounge to get the fuck off your feet, put a drink in your cup, and salute that man. Because the fault you see today would not be the fault that you see now if it wasn't for a motherfucker like him.
Iron sharpens iron.
When you diamonds cut diamonds.
Iron sharpens iron.
See, we weren't iron, we were steel. We were put in the forge to take away any impurities, any iniquities to grow stronger.
What is it, nameless protagonist when I need him?
I never go to the Almighty asking for a lighter load in life. I pray to God asking for a stronger back to deal with a difficult one. That's masculinity 101.
Preach.
But continue, Lonzo. Please continue.
So thank you again, Charles. Again, a lot of this is, and quiet is kept behind the scenes. Me and a few gentlemen are working on some astronomical things. So just put in the air that those happen, and then there'll be some cigars sparking. I promise you. I want to definitely have us narratives. What's going on, brother? I definitely want to have us looking at different things so that we can help. At least from my side and expertise. And Sick, I'd love to have you around as well, so we can talk about things like some of the things that hamper us as Black men in enterprising and industry. Some of those things are things like tax codes, business continuation, right? We're very familiar with things like a 401k, but we're not familiar with things like a 401h or a 412e3, right? Or 7702, 101a, 72e, right? Now I'm just rattling off tax code. But all of these things, again, put together with nepotism and cronyism. If my son doesn't want to get into my business, I know another brother who's doing another business. And let's also realize that when we create businesses, there's going to be an extreme lack of support, because not only do we have to battle in our own community, but we have people, example, like the gentleman who was streaming us on Rumble, who are going to go out of their way to demonize and not support, right? With us being 13% of the population, there's no Negro town, right? There's a Chinatown, there's a little Italy, there's a little Havana, right? There's a little Cairo, right? But there's no, we took the neighbor out of the hood. There are a lot of men who want to, who may be, single and childless, or just childless, and want to pour into some of the youth. And that gets very difficult, right? There's a lot of young ladies out here who have children who I'd like to pour into their children, but I'm not going to fight with their mother to pour into your child, let alone the immediate, you trying to, no, I'm trying to teach a young brother to not go out there and get shot 5 times in front of his mama like I did.
Ouch.
Right? Thank you, brother. I can't not be who I am. Like I said, getting shot 5 times, point blank, staring the firers in the eyes, you tend to lose a lot of fear. But I don't want to have to see brothers getting it from the mud, coming from the bottom, when I have the knowledge that I can give to them. Hey, bro, you ain't got to do that. Hey, you want to be out here and be
got to do that. That's right.
Say again?
No, I agree with you. They don't have to experience what you did, and you teaching them how not to do it is exemplary. It's phenomenal. It's amazing. It's
Exemplary. I think you're trying to say exemplary.
Yeah.
I did say exemplary.
It does get difficult though, Mela, because there's
And
also
not only that, it's exceptional.
Well, I appreciate it. The difficulty is there is an uphill battle from their parents, generally their mothers, because certain circumstances fathers aren't around for one reason or another, and those are the ones that we want to mentor. But there is a community of people who will, I know a young lady who I can't talk to her son without having to be brushed up on by her, and I'm like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you.
That
Now
bad
all of a sudden,
attitude, right? Black women have a bad attitude, especially single mothers. I agree with you about that.
yeah, and it's now I'm all of a sudden I'm
Knowing that
a download this, that, and the third.
Hello,
Sorry, No, I don't mind hearing her. Is she's breaking up a little bit. Go ahead, Mella.
I had to put my headphones in. Am I clear?
No, it's still a little choppy.
Okay, I'll take the headphones out. One moment, please, and
No worries.
I'll make my statement.
Oh, she just dropped. She'll be back, I'm sure. But yeah, fellas, this is networking 101. And I'm eventually going to be starting a not-for-profit because I do have a bleeding heart for, my community, specifically young Black men. And in this field, I love it because I tell the dudes all the time, yo, you want to be a trap star and do what you want with who, what, when, where, why? Come see me. I'll show you where I, last year made 35 grand in one transaction.
Boom.
Right? You know how long that transaction took? 10 minutes. Now, obviously, there was, cultivating the client and blah, 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 blah. But the transaction took 10 minutes and he made 35 grand. Right? That's some people's annual salary where they're getting up, going and slaving. Right? But there's so many things that we can teach and preach and hand down to other young brothers. I just had a conversation with my father the other day. Now, I haven't met my father physically yet. We spoke for the second time when I was 36. I'm currently about to be 42. And, my younger brother, who actually had a relationship with my father, my father is always like, yo, man, Mike Lonzo, respects me so much more, this, that, and the third. And I was never there for him. I was there for you. And I also realized that it's going to be valued differently, right? A lot of the things that we experience are what make us the men that we are today. And we have to realize that there are a lot of adult boys because they're running from things. And
Kiddos.
but the reason is because there's a fear of success. Black men have a absolute fear of being successful because we then turn into Levi's jeans, meaning we get pulled apart from multiple directions. Mela, you're back. I want to hear what you had to say.
I wanted to emphasize that the common problem is that, and I'm saying this as a Black woman, we do have an attitude. We do scrutinize Black men on an epic level in these current times, and that can be very discouraging for Black men. It's like, wait a minute, I gotta battle this white guy out here that's just aching, to obstruct my success. And it would appear that Black women are not being encouraging enough to provide the resilience it takes for me to get up every day and go out and battle this. I do acknowledge that that is a current atmosphere. A lot of Black women are on this skeptical journey when it comes to relationships with Black men. I will say that. I don't know if I want to call it an attitude, but there's an abundance of skepticism to the point where it's become, putrefied anger. It's like I have not heard. I've even adopted some of the statements myself. I've said things like, what have I said recently? I said something recently
Black
that,
men haven't built enterprise.
well, that's on this panel, but I said something that I couldn't believe came out my mouth regarding how it was an assumption. It was a generalization as opposed to respecting the fact that you all are individuals, and that's what, let me just be clear. Women are adaptive. Okay. And it is our default mechanism to be compassionate first and foremost. However, there comes this time when we are reactive. And I think that's the trend. That's the phenomenon. That's what's going on. Black women are being reactionary. We're not being understanding. We're being reactionary. And we're being reactionary to a series of disappointments that haven't produced a brighter horizon. And I don't mean to make a controversy about it, but that's my observation. And I want to also congratulate everybody that's beat the odds against this systemic obstruction, because it does exist. You know, like, let's talk about capital, right? How difficult is it for a Black business to receive capital as opposed to a Caucasian business? How difficult is it for a single mother, or rather an impoverished family, to consider how important it is to just invest a few dollars a month in a life insurance policy, or what it costs to have a trust fund? Like, we don't talk that kind of language. And what I appreciate, and which is why I'm making my spiel, is because this man has introduced on his live stream tax codes that matter. You all don't ever hear that I'm aware of on any other panel. This man literally announced tax codes.
Let me put it to you this way, Mella.
You got to study to find that out. He generously gave us tax codes. You all can build off that.
Let me put it to you this.
Congratulate him. I'm done.
Let me put it to you this way, Mella. The reason why I give flowers to a lot of people is because they bring a piece to the equation. Is because most of the time, when you look at a black boy, nobody believes in you. Unless that motherfucker could put a ball through a hoop or run it 100 yards away, nobody believes in you. The average black mother does not say you should go to college. They say you should get a job. What do you think she tells her daughters? Get a job or go to school. Most of the time, she's going to tell that girl to go to school. How you look, if you have a dick between your legs or a vagina, is how they determine how they look at you.
Good night, Charles. Good night.
Good night. If you can't take
What you said, that guy?
So let me get this straight. You understand systemic racism when it comes to capital, for black people to gain capital and credit to start a business and etc. But yet you hold it against black men for not having industry and said racist and systemic racism system. Like, man, get the fuck out of here. I hate when people talk out of both ends of their mouth. Yo, just say what it is. You don't respect black men, and that's fine. Like, yo, stop saying shit and then come back and try to clean it up later.
You got a point there,
Like,
ABM.
this is what we talking about.
Again,
you know what I'm saying? Yo, no offense, but I've said this many times on Charles' platform. They don't respect you. It doesn't fucking matter.
Nope.
Get a business all the fuck you want. They don't care.
To your point,
Yo,
Sam.
she'll marry you, have a couple kids, divorce you, and take half your shit. That's it.
Yeah. To your point, Sam.
It's not about black love and black wealth and black community and all that bullshit that everybody try to tell you. It's not.
Yeah.
Who was I listening to the other day when they was talking about Oprah and people like Oprah and Ebony K. Williams? They get their money, and you don't hear black community come out their fucking mouths. It's their houses, their red bottom shoes, their $50,000 handbags, and their cars, and that's that. They don't say a fucking word about a black community. But when it comes to black men, we got to do every fucking thing, and no matter what we do, the only thing that's going to get talked about is what we don't do, or what we didn't do, or what we didn't do good enough.
Yeah.
Like, come on with this bullshit, man. Like, stop, yo.
All right, Sam. I get
You
you. I
didn't say
got
that
you.
good enough, though. Now let me stop.
God.
Yo,
And I don't
hold on
want
a
to be
second.
red. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be red pill rage all the fucking time, man. But
Can y'all hear me?
dog, we got to stop lying.
All right, I hear you. All right, let me come on in.
Oh,
First
my
of all,
bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Sure, if you ever come face to face with Mela, you got to take her to a Build-A-Bear because clearly she loves helping the bear, just like BGS would be saying time and time again.
And we have.
Find the line what I just said here, yo.
Go ahead, Cam. Ask the question.
I was so I heard she said goodnight and she was talking about I mean, I don't know if she was talking I don't know what she was talking about, but she was talking about something and I was wondering why did she say all that just to say goodnight?
Because when the kitchen gets hot, a lot of people can't stand the heat.
No.
Because when I'm saying that a guy like Alonzo, ABM, and others, for them to reach greatness, it's usually other men and a very small, minute amount of women in our community who believes in them.
Yep.
An 18-year-old. How old are you, Cam?
18.
When do you turn 19? The 30th?
Yeah.
Goddamn, almost the end of the year. But a goddamn 18-year-old chick expects you to be at the same level as a 45-year-old white man making $250,000 a year.
Fuck out of here.
When does any other man and any other race is going to be held to that level? Look at Jeff Bezos. His wife believed in him that she would go to business meetings or she would actually get in the truck and deliver shit in her own way.
She was with him when he was working out the garage.
So a woman.
But guess what? Was I upset when she got the $40 billion when they're divorced? No, that's severance pay. Thank you for being good.
For you to say you gonna drive trucks and stuff as a female.
And guess what?
A lot of females
When they divorced, guess how much she got for the divorce? $40 billion. But she earned it, didn't she?
Yeah, more than earned it.
She more than earned it. But guess what? A real man don't sweat the technique. Hint, hint, old school hip hop. Don't So, guess what happened? When he had to give her $40 billion, the motherfucker 1 year made $120 billion. See, I'm gonna go back to John Hagee because I'm one of those weirdos. That's why, notice nobody challenged me on theological debates because problem, promise, and provision. How you look at your problem determines how long you stay in it, and then what happens afterward. If I look at my as something insurmountable, unbeatable, guess what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to get above my problem. But if I look at my problem as a stepping stone, one of the greatest Marvel villains of all time, Dr. Doom, said it best. I don't know losses. I only know setbacks. If you have that type of, can you truly lose?
No, you cannot.
Every loss, quote unquote, that I had made me better. Think about it. We'll go back to wrestling. I lost my first. What would you rather do? Go undefeated your whole season and lose in the championship finals? Or would you rather lose your first match in your first year and win a championship your first year?
Definitely the latter.
Lose the first match and win the championship.
Guess what I did?
Chris Cyborg lost her first professional fight, and she wanted to become a champion in 4 different promotions.
Guess what I did? So the way you look at something determines how the going to be. Do I learn or do I lose? And what's the one biggest thing when people say good night is because you can't take it. Because it is so hard for black women to see the world and the black boy's point of view. Because when you challenge a black woman how the world looks at her son, she has to answer accordingly to say how fucked up the world is, and maybe how fucked up how I treat him. Anybody disagree with that?
Nope.
No, I don't. But it's about to be 2:30 in the morning for me. I'm about to take my ass to sleep.
Yeah, see you
So
later.
Hey,
I
Well,
Lonzo,
appreciate y'all, fellas.
keep going, keep going.
No doubt, no
Hey,
doubt. I
Zo, are
will.
you on Lonzo? Let me ask you a question first of all. Are you on WhatsApp?
I am. I'm on WhatsApp. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm
All
on
right.
everything. Yeah, I'm Kevin Samuels, LinkedIn Level Lifestyle. As is
I
Mr.
got your
Faulkner.
number, and I'll message you whenever. Charles,
No
I'm
doubt.
gonna need you on WhatsApp too.
I sent you a text, Alonzo. So
Yeah, I got you.
up to do that show.
Hey,
Whenever.
Nema, send me his LinkedIn.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna send you the
Oh no,
show.
I'll find you on WhatsApp. Don't worry.
I'll
Yeah.
send you. I sent you a text, so we'll definitely link. See,
Yeah.
there's
Let's
there's
link up and do that because I want to. I definitely want to. Before I hop off, one other thing in terms of the funding, what I want to do is I want to start showing us some sources that the wealthy are using to become their own self-funding mechanisms. And I'll just give you guys two. And we, as black men, realize this, which is why we are looking for the correction through black women. Is that we understand power comes through families. I'll just give you two brief family. Well, I'll give you four families. The first two families are the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers. Well, the Vanderbilts are flat broke. The Rockefellers are still wealthy. They use insurance as one of their things. But besides insurance, let's look at families who use cronyism and nepotism. Everyone's heard of Chase Bank, JP Morgan Chase. Everyone's also heard of Morgan Stanley. Well, did you know that JP Morgan is the grandfather of Henry Sturgis Morgan? So JP Morgan of Morgan Chase Bank is the grandfather of Henry Sturgis Morgan of Morgan Stanley. So those things are created and passed down by men. And then I'll leave you guys with this last thing. So in the IARFC, which is the International Association of Registered Financial Consultants, which I'm soon to be going for my MRFC, which is Master Registered Financial Consultant. I'm gonna keep getting them credentials because black men, we need them. There's a Pakistani man by the name of Dr. Sanjay Talani. And one of the things he mentioned to us was to start teaching our clients, and I've always been doing this for black folks, is we got to stop looking at things in terms of days and start looking in decades. Well, these people are looking in generations. He had a client in Pakistan worth $200 million. The gentleman gave Dr. Talani $500,000 and said, I want to build a world-class hospital in my family name. Dr. Talani said, when would you like this? Because we're not even going to be able to find someone to scout for property for $500,000. Long story short, he said, I don't want it in my lifetime, my children's lifetime, or my grandchildren's lifetime, maybe in 300 years. So we have to realize that the fact of the matter is this: women and children are in the same position. Our women are no more able to forecast than our children are. And so, while it is necessary that we align and hold them accountable to certain things, we also have to look at who we're looking at. Claire Huxtable on The Cosby Show said she doesn't go 50-50. She goes 100-100. So let's make sure that we check the mind states of our ladies. I'll also leave you with this. My lady had her father in her life. So we're going to have to start being elite when we're looking at, listen, big butt and a smile is great, but that body ain't raising our children. And we've made mistakes just like they have in picking Pookie by picking Pookisha because she got the poking, fupa. you know. And yeah, we've made mistakes, but we can correct them. It's harder for them to correct them, so they hold on and they're reactionary. Let's remain stoic. And when we'll continue to wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. And remember that when people challenge us, they're not challenging us to challenge us, but they are challenging us to challenge us. Let's accept the challenge. I'll speak to you all later, gentlemen. Salute.
Thank you. Always a pleasure, Alonzo.
Won't be a slave to the cooch.
Yeah. Hey Charles, I thought we only talked about women.
No fucking way.
Well,
No
well,
fucking way you want a black man not to be a slave to the cooch. Come on, man.
well, you got to understand something, because being a part of what I called for the last how many years I've been doing live streams, we call this the multifaceted fucking area. I don't have to. There have been several live streams I've done where I didn't even talk about women. Last time I checked, what's the title of today's show? And for some reason, a black woman had to get up on the title when it didn't have nothing to do with black women. That tells you a lot about the status about today's world. But yet, when I told a lot of black men that you have to overcome adversity, why did a white man and a black woman have to come to the panel? That lets you know something, that whatever I'm saying is very dangerous to the status quo. This is the same dumbass white dude who knowing that he's going to be pulled down. Why do you try to stream and say we're not intelligent? At some point, you do know we have enough statistics and enough facts to rebuke your statement. See, it's not my fault that as Paul Mooney would put, you're just a waste of white skin. It's not my fault that you have advantages in America as a white male, but you still fail.
And you still underachieve. Ain't that a bitch? And you fall and here's the funny thing about it, Charles. Not only they fall underachieve, but now your woman don't want you. And you're up here doing more games, denying like you have leverage. Where's leverage there? You losing leverage.
But
so that means you're not gonna go resort back to what your natural nature. Fucking other white men, yes. If you're not doing it right.
But here's the fundamental flaw.
Oh shit.
Here's the fundamental flaw.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna go to Tomasi's fucking panel, his chat.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
You're a failure because you got a black man's channel because other white men don't accept you.
God damn. Oh my goodness. The truth hurts. The truth goddamn hurts. Can you say again, Mr. Faulkner? Put people back because this is white failure.
Let's look at it. When your own people don't accept you, you're a failure. See, I could get 2 nights in a row. I have black women on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
That same guy who came to try to troll me and miserably. You couldn't get white women on my channel.
God damn.
His own people would call him trash.
Yes. This is the definition of white trash.
You're not even intelligent enough to come on my channel and act a civilized gentleman. But you got to come over here and talk about we're so inferior. If we're so inferior, why don't you go to your white channel and bother Rolla Tomas?
Nothing. He's got nothing to gain from being there.
Yeah.
He's
He
got
has
way too much to lose if he goes there.
he has nothing to gain here because
Hmm.
we're beneath him.
Yeah. Of
But
course.
what
He
happened?
just wants to be a little shit. He's a little shit. It's basically some clickbait kind of not shenanigans. A lot of them get involved in it. I'm like, if we were to go look into this person's background, I would say, how far back were your family in this country? Secondly, how far back were they considered white?
We don't even have to go that far.
No,
Why do we have to go to a channel to a nigga that's greater than you?
because you understand you cannot deal with the truth, and you have to go in there try to think you were superior. And I'm like, you just proven our point by coming down here and doing that shit, man.
You're
I mean, I'm not even of you guys, and I know that. I'm not saying that because I'm owning up. Hey, I'm not of you. That doesn't make me take away my blackness.
Notice nobody in this space ever called you a tech.
Yeah. And if I do disagree with you guys on something, it's because there's a reason I do.
There's a
It
lot.
doesn't make me. Mhm.
There has to be something logical that has
Mhm.
to be given. Do you think if I one on one with this white boy and say y'all 52%, how the fuck are you 65% of the population, but we caught 52% of the murders? So you're telling me over 150 million white people in don't cause murder. But if I go FBI fucking courts,
Mhm.
like I've done many times before on my channel, if I because he doesn't want to come up here when I said, how come y'all keep molesting kids? 71% everyone child molesters are white men. The burglars, the robbers.
Why is it that white women tell their white children to find a black man?
Because we're safe. Because if you find a white man, you're probably kidnapped and fondled.
Yep.
Because statistically speaking, black men do not point kids like that. That's why as soon as he started talking, I brought that up. Because that's always my go-to. Whenever they come in, first thing I do, okay, dude, since you
We
since you
literally
want
have
to
a
talk crime stats,
reputation.
okay.
We literally black men literally have a reputation of killing men who mess with children.
That's
Here's my
true.
here's my thing.
Mhm.
Give me one black man that's an Epstein.
None. Even though they're trying to say, what's his name?
Diddy?
What's his name? No, not Diddy.
R. Kelly.
R. Kelly. R. Kelly.
R. Kelly. R. Kelly is the only person. Everybody still talks about R. Kelly because
But
remember they try to make him the face
R. Kelly
of it
never,
all.
even though even though it's against the law what he did, he never touched prepubescent children. Epstein was
No, he
messing
was
with
doing. Yeah.
Epstein
Go
was
ahead. Go ahead.
literally messing with prepubescent children. I was like, whoa.
So you
R. Kelly committed a crime. There was
Uh huh.
those of us who said immediately that he should be in prison. For
Yes.
some reason, he managed to beat the trial. Remember the
even with
first
Flip.
trial,
Yeah, I
and he
remember.
beat it. And you had some of
Now,
us was saying, "Wow, must be nice to be fucking rich."
yeah.
Because how
yeah.
do you beat a fucking you're on tape and you still walked away from that shit?
And
Yeah.
who was his biggest supporters after the fact?
Black
His
Black
people.
biggest
women.
supporters were black women.
And here's another thing. If you look at the state of Maryland, what's the age
Mhm.
what's the consent in Maryland?
16.
16.
16.
So At 43, theoretically,
Mhm.
man my age, that's a 10-year-old, is it a crime?
Could you repeat that?
And if a 43-year-old man, same age as me, mess with a
Hmm
16-year-old young lady, is it a
hmm
crime?
No, it's not. So
I
long as she
mean, are we
consented.
talking the consent law?
Yep.
And she proves that she's 16. She's got valid ID to prove that she's 16.
Certificate. So wait a minute. Hold on. Because traditionally, forget that throughout history, younger women were always attracted to older men, and the only reason, thank you, BGS and others, and had historical law stated
Hmm
that the reason why even your arranged marriages, you were set up with an older man because he was more established.
More established, more experienced, and he could guide her in the direction she needed to be.
I
He needed her
checked.
to go in.
All of us went to a goddamn high school, and we wanted the prettiest chick in the fucking school. The school date. Not one nigga to that school. If she was 16 and above, she had a
Mhm.
22-year-old boyfriend who had money. So what the
And
fuck you think a fucking 15-year-old in her class could do for her? Nothing.
Nothing.
And that's
Y'all
why
make
I brought up the comparison between R. Kelly and Epstein. There's no really comparison because it was just Epstein was just debauchery. It was just a pleasure seeking.
And also, he was using it to entrap people. Remember that. This was the
It was a
part, and
power play.
and it was well connected, shit, well powerful. The movers and shakers and whatnot he was involved with. R. Kelly was small fries when you think about, but they always want to make the black man the boogeyman in the face of all this shit. Him and Cosby were doing Me Too and shit. I mean,
but
who can
yet
prove me wrong on that one?
but yet when you put things in context, people don't like it. That's
Hmm
why I got off and said, why? I bet you if I asked one on one very vividly,
hmm
were your boyfriends the same age or older? So, especially working and he's a little older, guess what? That
hmm
15-year-old boy say quote unquote he's not supposed to date. He can't compete
Yeah,
around late 20s.
you can't do a thing like that. Oh, meet me up. Hang on a second. Let me mute up.
Yeah, you like it. And that's the shameful part about it. You like this shit. I mean, if we really look at shit on a big concept, excuse me, I got the hiccups. But if we look at it as a big concept,
all right, Charles, I gotta go. Good night, man. All right.
all right, man.
Peace, chaos.
If we look at it as a vague concept, a lot of women would have to be accountable of the children they have today. If you're a grandmother, before 30, hmm, you don't see fathers and sons going to the club shaking it out or putting their dicks on somebody's fucking drink. No. But yet, let's say a black man took care of his kids, took care of his ex-wife, and you fuck around and get married. What do we what do we get? No acknowledgement. And I'm still baffled by this shit. You want black men to be the greatest and the latest, but yet you don't want to put any cultivation into them. And when black men give you all these solutions, notice black men don't shoot them down. Don't say I'll good night and I'll be back because you don't agree. We got Negroes of all ages to confirm us. Have you ever noticed the sisterhood never talk to the younger women?
No.
Have you the sisterhood of mostly bras in their 30s to 50s?
The younger women are seen as competition. The younger women are seen as competition. Let's not forget that.
I wonder if anybody else been noticing. What if you have Vivica A. Fox giving game to younger 20-year-olds?
How would that benefit her?
And that's the problem.
All the stories I hear from Vivica Fox is how to pay for peen.
And that's it. Why would I pay for Vivica Fox when there's a brand new Megan Good and Melissa Ford being brought every day? If you go,
I'll do you one better. Why don't these older sisterhoods ever tell the younger sisterhoods to use protection? Cheyenne Bryan, for example. I mean, again, it's always the same thing when it comes time to pimp black women. You know, you either
ABM.
tell them that they're
They might get
victims
ODB.
or you tell them, you know, something, use your vagina. It's always telling black women, bend over, get on your back and open your legs. And then the very women will say nothing when you see these STD statistics. Like, we talk a lot about single mothers. We never talk about the STDs.
Huh.
And black women, sorry, I mean, hey, I hate to be that guy, but they're leading the fucking league in that shit.
Yeah.
That's why Pearl said what she said.
Yeah.
When Pearl alluded to the herpes rates.
To your point, ABM, I would say this. If they were to call it out, then that would mean they have to hold accountability for their actions. They would rather blame it on the men for giving them these STDs, despite the fact that, like, take herpes, for example, herpes rates. Did you know that herpes is also the most common STD that's passed around among lesbian and bisexual women?
Yeah. And not only that, Namer, not only that, Namer, but when you look at the herpes rates, it's double for black women than it is black men, which just goes to show, once again, that they go out here and they bang the same dudes.
Banging the same dudes, messing with the same, banging with the same dudes, getting involved with the same women sometimes, using the same toy. They don't care because they want to be reckless without accountability and want it to be everybody's fault, but that they have been fucked up in some kind of way.
And
just
Namor,
like that clip that BG.
Tell me if I'm correct that majority of the world, if you put in all strands of the herpes virus, majority of the world has herpes. If I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. Me, I'm glad I've never had that. I've made sure to avoid that shit. That scares the hell out of me. It's either type 1 or type 2 that hurt. If you want to know the difference between type 1 and type 2, type 2
I'm talking more of the type 1, like that. I'm not talking about the genital herpes. I'm talking about
type 2 is specific. No, type 2 is specifically genital herpes, but type 1 is like both strains. It's something like 1 in 4 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, or 1 in 5, something like that.
Yeah, because I remember reading something like globally, like when you take in all the strains and the
Hmm.
different types of the of the herpes simplex virus, majority of the
Hmm.
world has it. But yeah, genital herpes is a specific
Yeah,
strain and type of the herpes simplex virus.
yeah. Type 2 is
Not everyone
specifically to
has
genital
genital
herpes.
herpes.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if it comes to genital herpes, it's either it's type 1 or type 2. Because remember, some people can get genital herpes type 1 because they got hit from somebody with a cold sore. Type 2 is genital and genital contact, strictly. Type 1 is mostly associated with oral herpes, but you can get it down there. Now, with that being said, here's another disease we don't talk about: HPV. And HPV, we need to have a conversation about that, especially because there's like over something like what 40 to 50 different strains of it. And the ones that are specific to like the crotch area, you got to worry about is like if you have type 16 or 18 of that virus, because those are the ones that are associated with cancer. All cases, like was it 90% of all cases of cervical cancer are HPV related. However, only a small fraction of women with HPV will end up developing cervical cancer because it all depends on what strain they have.
That's why
If
I
it's
got my shots.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember back in the day, like they were talking about they were only giving those HPV vaccines only to girls, and certain people were trying to get that for their sons as well.
Oh yeah, they give it to the boys nowadays.
Okay, but
Because
I don't
I
know
remember going to
how's effective is that? How effective is that?
I literally I go to my my care doctor and they just offered it to me and I was like, okay, what's this for? And they said, oh, this is for HPV, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I looked it up, I did my research, and I was like, okay, it's gonna protect me and everything
Mhm.
like that. But also,
But that doesn't mean you can't wrap. Hey, don't forget to wrap it up. Don't be
oh yeah.
reckless.
I'll be trying to tell, like, also just to go back, it's 67%, and then 67% globally has herpes,
Hmm.
whether it's the
2/3,
1 or
all right.
2, or
Hmm.
and then majority is they have the type 1, and then it's 1
Hmm.
in 6
Yeah.
has
Oof.
it, whether type 1 or type 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll be telling my boys, I'll be like, hey man, if a chick is giving you oral, you might want to wrap it up. They said, like, man, what do I look like trying to wrap it up, getting some head? I was like, hey,
Smart.
I'm
I'll even go
telling
one
you what
step
they said
further.
is they said in sex ed.
Mhm. I will give you one. I'll go one step further because when I was coming up in the late '90s, early 2000s, we knew about flavored condoms, despite the fact they weren't available for us in Eritrea. That's in East Africa, folks. Because when I got here, one of the one of the things I did when one of the women with one of my first relationships here, I said I'm not doing anything without wrapping it up, and I let her know I got tested before for everything, herpes, HIV, everything. And I remember I went to again, the reason I did that was because I went to my doctor and I was telling him, I'm having like these, because I have canker sores, by the way. I keep having, canker sores and whatnot. I said, dude, I need to get tested because I'm not sure if this is just, if this is just canker sores or something else. He said, all right, fine, we'll get you tested. So I got tested. And then the first thing she and I did was, when I was at her place, we went online to find the right size condoms for me, because the local brands did not go for those on the thicker side. You know what I'm saying? So have that kind of knowledge helped me a lot more. And then on my next relationship, I made it a point that we go condom shopping. So we went to a local pharmacy. I knew which brands to get. And that helped me a lot of ways. So one of the 2 women that I once got involved with, you know what was the greatest gift I gave them? You still with me?
Yeah. What was the greatest gift? I was just listening.
This is like 2010, 2011. I bought them. I bought I bought them something called a love box. The Durex, the company Durex. You've heard of them? The condom company Durex.
Yeah, Durex.
They were selling to promote teenage use of condoms. They were promoting these like metallic cases that can hold like up to 3 condoms at one time. They were called love boxes, each with unique designs. I still have 2 of those with me. And to the other 2 women, and to 2 of the women I got involved with, I bought one for them each. Because that way they would know what they needed and what. That way they could always have one with them whenever they needed to, if they were getting involved with anybody else. So one of them who had a latex allergy, I even told her which brands she should go for because she learned from me not to get involved with anybody without wrapping it up. But in her case specifically, the ones that were non-latex because she did have a latex allergy. How many people willing to school their significant others? Because I realized, hey, whatever this is we're doing, I want to make sure it's safe, that we're being responsible. And even if it doesn't work out, I want to be a positive effect on you, one way
Yeah,
or another.
I'm definitely taking the medium man route. Like medium man always said, if you can't ask a chick when's the last time she got tested or see her charts, like
Mm-hmm.
her my chart, then you don't really need to be messing with her at all. So
Yep.
whether condom, no condom, oral with condom, with no condom, if I can't
Mm-hmm.
see your recent chart, we don't really need to be doing anything.
Absolutely. Hell, even when as far as to the point that salute to Theo Wolf on that one. What up, Theo? Mookie. Hey, Jay. What up, y'all? To the brothers up inside. Hell, I mean, what's his name? The film master Ron Wills even once said this, and I agree with him on this one. He talked about how a lot of women still adhere to that book by Steve Harvey, Think Like a Man, where they gotta wait, they're gonna have the brother wait 90 days before they give up the girls. We, on the flip side, should also wait 90 days before we break out the credit card.
Oh,
And I don't
financially
care,
celibate.
but be financially celibate with them for a while. Say when the first time I pull out this credit card, I want to be special. So you can't just you can't just take her out like that on the riff. Going out for coffee or hang out somewhere on the cheap or something like that. That's cool. Maybe have it, you go over to her place for dinner and she come over to your place for dinner or something like that. But that 90 days, you got to figure out what she's about. And on that 90 days, you can also ask her, before anything, I insist on getting tested. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I remember there were a couple of women I was like had a good conversations with, and they liked me. I liked them, but one of them was honest with the fact that like she had herpes. I said, yeah, that's going to be a problem for me because that bothers me. Just like I know some other women who have it, and it's like, we can be good friends, and I know you guys are like some of y'all switch hitters, but no, I can't. So also trust your gut. If you get a bad vibe about certain people, get the hell away from them.
Oh yeah, like I always try to like peep the mentality
Mm-hmm.
of the chick, a chick before I ever pursue.
Mm-hmm.
Folks have said to me like, "Hey man, she was on you a little bit. Like if you would have pressed the issue." I was like, once I kept talking to her, and the thing is, I let women talk and just reveal themselves. So I'm kind
Mm-hmm.
of like a lot of my OGs was like pimps and players, and they say like, "Hey man, you gotta peep the mentality, and also she gotta kind of earn you." So
Yeah.
she kind of just a lot of chicks like will literally take themselves out the running. It'd be like, okay, like you cool and all, but you tell me stories and shit about your past. Like A lot of chicks my age, like they're really open about what they be doing. So you be like, word?
Hey, I've never had to say much. I just interact with certain people, it's just being the way I am, and they just open up to me. I don't know. I guess I'm just that charming and disarming, you know.
Chicks nowadays are open about their nasty shit because they don't think you have standards.
ABM, they be talking about they be openly
That too.
talking about their train stories. And I was like, you just giving this information up?
They don't believe you have standards, dude. They're so used to men still gonna bang them regardless that they don't care. You know what I mean? They don't think it makes them look gross.
Hell, I remember was it
This
Dave
is what
Chappelle?
sexual liberation has done. So I guess they're liberated. I guess congratulations.
What does it mean to be liberated? You get to do whatever the fuck you want? No, that's sexual anarchy, man. Even if you want to be liberated, you still have to exercise some level of accountability and responsibility.
No namer. You're a fucking misogynist. You're a misogynist and you're fucking patriarchal. Stop controlling women's bodies.
Who said anything about controlling women's bodies? If anybody's going to control her body, it should be her, which means she should be responsible.
No. See, you're telling her what to do. See, no, you can't do that.
You know, somebody once asked me,
have to be
"Are you
responsible. I'm
pro-choice?" I remember I've always wanted somebody to ask me, "Are you pro-choice or pro-life?" I said, I think any man who insists on using a condom is pro-choice. And they're like, what? Yeah. You see, he's pro-choice, as in he made the choice to be responsible for himself and for her. He made the choice not to be reckless with his wand. He made the choice not to do something that's going to come back to bite him in the ass. He made the choice. And anybody, he's so pro-choice, he's pro-life. He's for his own life and preservation of his own life.
Something else that we don't like to talk about, we don't admit openly. A lot of chicks, they don't like condoms.
Hey, that's why I tell brothers, check out something called Skin. Or get some non-latex varieties, man, because
I like Skin.
you wrap that shit in.
It's very lifelike.
Namer. They don't. When I say condom, I'm talking about any type of protection.
True.
They don't like any, bro.
Bro,
I
let me
remember
tell you
these
something about me.
conversations
Let me tell you
20
something.
years ago. Like I used to have these conversations with chicks 20 years ago, and it would baffle me how I would have to sit here and dead ass debate a chick, right, on why she should have condoms. Like I used to tell her just like, yo, you should have a condom, you know what I mean, in your purse just in case. You know what I'm saying? They're like, no, that's a man. That's for men. Men's supposed to do that. I'm like, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? It's not going to hurt you.
Let me
to just have a condom, like, and they would argue the fucking hell out you about it, like, and it was crazy.
I get that. I get that. You know, I was against my girl getting one of the girls who was with me. I said, I'm not letting you buy condoms. She said, why not? Because afterwards you're gonna be asking me to buy you tampons. Nothing against buying tampons, but the way I look at it is, there's certain things you got to know yourself. You got to handle your own business. Just like the condoms are my personal shit.
Also, I don't trust women handling my condoms.
Hell no, absolutely not. By the way, you said you skin lost?
Like, okay, so for me, so I would ABM, I would actually agree with the no condoms because just early on, for me, the condoms that I handled or that I was testing out, I didn't like the smell of them.
Okay.
A little bit, like it was just, it felt just too, like it felt like I was wearing like a coat over it. But then
A French
you know,
raincoat.
but yeah, then I found out like skin, other thing like the lifelike. Well, there was ones that felt like okay, it's like it's very very light, and then it has no, you got some condoms that are vegan and then doesn't have that latex smell and that residue.
Hmm.
And I was like, all you got to
Yeah.
there's a lot of options.
Do you know why why you can't have? You know why the vegans are opposed to the latex condoms?
Why?
You know why?
Why?
Condoms. First of all, they're against animal product, and condoms use something called lace. Sorry, I forgot the name. Lace in it, I think it's called. And casein. Sorry, casein. Casein is a milk protein. And vegans being against all animal products or dairy for that matter, they can't use that. So they got to use sensoprene or polyprenes, which are alternatives to latex. And the good things about them is they're so thin, it feels like, they may be thin, but they're still strong. And even when you wrap that on, it gives you a sensation. You're in their heart, you're in their raw dog.
And then there's different types. Some are ribs. Some got different types of textures.
Oh yeah.
I was like, what? Like, there's so many different things. You got flavored lube. You got lamb skin. Like, there's no reason for you not to, unless you just they just want the cream pie.
I can't do the cream pie unless we on some kind of agreement or some shit like that. And I live in Norway, and you cannot just buy Plan B or the morning after pill. You got to go there, and they have to watch you administer it. You got to go to a local pharmacy and ask them for the Plan B. They got to take you in the back, and you got to administer it there.
Shoot,
for safety reasons.
I had to save my homeboy with that. Like, shoot, he wanted to fool around with a chick on the day before graduation day, and I was like, man, you got too much college debt to be having no baby at this time. Took the chick to Planned Parenthood, got the Plan B pill, made sure she took it, saved my boy's life.
Man, I was involved with somebody. Here's the thing about this woman. She could not take birth control pills. She could not be on the pill. The reason why she's like, well, she belongs to that 1% of women who cannot take the birth control pill. It causes all kinds of adverse effects on her.
Yeah,
she's had bad experiences and whatnot.
Like, if I was with somebody, I would be wary about birth control because I know certain, like, for certain women, well, not certain women, I know that with long term usage of birth control can cause possible infertility issues down the line. So and it's just in my mind, it's just like, hey, like, you don't have a period, so what happens to all that dead cells and everything like that? Like, it's just something to be
no, she can have a period. No, she's gonna have a period. It's just that if the birth control is to prevent her from getting pregnant, it doesn't affect any other aspect of her cycle, though.
Okay,
the
so
problem is
okay. Because I've been hearing sometimes about them not having periods when they're on birth control.
that has to do with hormonal imbalances or whatever. It depends on the brand, and sometimes certain women
it depends on the type of birth control they're doing, like Depo, for example.
Yeah.
Some of these birth controls have weird side effects and shit. Depo, some people might not get their period. Some people gain weight. Some people grow hair. Like, some of these birth controls make women grow hair. So if you, like, in a supermarket, you see some chick, she got a 5 o'clock shadow. She probably taking some type of birth control.
Okay, I'll learn something.
Hey, I'll give you something else. As somebody who has mental health issues, you got to be careful when you're dealing with somebody who's on certain types of medication, like antidepressants or antipsychotics, because one of the side effects of some of these medications is like one is weight gain, but another is it can cause like sexual dysfunction. What it means is it could affect their sex drive to the point that it could affect their ability to have an orgasm, or they completely lose their ability to achieve orgasm. So
Oh yeah,
that it causes.
My OGs always told me to check the medicine cabinet if I'm ever around
Hmm.
over a chick's house.
Hmm. You know, I know somebody who was like in hell. There's a couple stories I can tell you about. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna tell you on WhatsApp later. One story about how I avoided catching a case. I mentioned this a couple times. I'm
I
gonna give
heard
you
you
the
mention
details
it,
about
but
that later.
I've never heard the full story.
I'll tell the full story later on WhatsApp after this. After this, in fact, hang on. I think we better. Yeah, we've been on for 5 hours. Yo, Charles, you still there?
I don't know if Charles is Charles still with us?
Yeah, that's starting to get. Oh, this is not the first time this has happened. You know, Charles dozing on. Charles must be the itis because remember he was eating a while ago. Man, that itis just kicked in late, huh? Charles,
Charles. I think he knocked out.
wait, what time is it? What time is it in Atlanta, over there in Georgia?
It's
Because I
like
know
it's
you're
3
Georgia.
it's around 3 a.m. here.
I know Georgia and Atlanta in the same time zone, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
Georgia and Baltimore. I'm sorry, Georgia and Maryland. You guys in the same time zone, right?
Oh yeah, same time, same time. So it's 3 a.m.
All right.
Probably
Damn.
he's probably been moving all around all day, so he's probably exhausted.
Yeah, I can understand that. But remember, he ate as well. He had. God damn. This is.
Last panel,
I'm gonna.
I was asleep too. If you notice, I didn't talk that much last panel.
Oh no, I've had that happen to me a couple of times when I was on the Coliseum. Sometimes I black out. Even BGS remembers I fell asleep a couple of times when he told me to get off.
Yeah. Hey, I was
Yeah.
hey, I literally had just got off of work around like 11:45. So I was like
Hmm.
hopped on the panel, shopping up with y'all, and I was like, my body just gave out.
I can understand that shit. God damn. I hope you're. I don't know. I think we better call this. Hang on.
Yeah,
Charles, can you wake up?
I'm gonna see if I can call Charles real quick to see if
Already
he.
woke. Talking about.
Okay, you wake.
He wait. He wait.
All right, all right.
I'm not gonna let y'all take over my show. Who knows God?
Yes, sir. That I hey, that itis kicked in, didn't it?
Oh, it's just called as late.
Yeah, that
Man,
too.
you missed the whole convo. We was talking about protecting yourself. We was low key having like a sex ed workshop.
And protect your neck like three.
Like Wu Tang, protect your neck.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't go out there protecting their neck. They'll fall into that fucking 3 feet deep and break their own goddamn.
It ain't nothing to fuck with.
I'm just like this. If you're going through that type of shit, and I'm like, oh, we'll go through a raw. She ain't doing nothing. Guess what? Fuck with him now. Guess what? Let me see. Oh, what is it? August, January? Probably about July. You'll have a new kid. Don't worry.
Yeah, ABM and Nemo was teaching me that how birth control affects the female body in different ways.
Yeah. Hey, it affects men as well. Like I said about because when I talk about antidepressants and everything, that affects both men and women individually, though.
Oh yeah.
Trust me. A lot of dudes forget sperm. Drop off a good amount of protein and a good amount of people's personality.
Shit.
That's what. All that shit you putting up in her, she's absorbing. More ways than another.
Yeah, more ways than other. I
I
mean,
mean, you're
like a
sharing
lot of people
energy.
talk about, hey. I mean, there was research done a while back that said that women who swallow semen are actually live happier lives because like the zinc and everything in that semen is like a antidepressant, is a natural antidepressant.
Zinc, magnesium.
Booster metabolism.
Ever wonder why you bust? You're so tired.
And she got to go and make you a sandwich. I mean, hell, there's nothing wrong with her making you a sandwich. It's just like a lioness having to take down a gazelle.
And then after the line has circled his
And the line, no, the
territory.
line patrols.
Yeah, he
Line has to
patrols the
patrol and
territory.
remark the territory because remember he's got to every few steps spray, keep going, spray, keep going, spray.
Know why? Because that motherfucker looks at stats like ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell by your urine if you're healthy or not.
Or also, by the way, like every morning, he'll bellow out and roar, just letting claiming his territory. Other lions from other tribes will be doing the same thing, claiming their territory.
And then
And
when
the
he returns to
bachelors,
his and when he
and the
returns to his
bachelors also.
pride.
Hold up. The bachelors, those young males who get to claim a territory, they're listening to make sure that the dominant males are isolated or if they're still together based on how they're roaring. Rarely do you see a pride where it only has one male. Usually, it's a partner, a coalition of like 2 or 3.
Yeah, and usually it's more than like it's his offspring, his male offspring that are the other males in the pride.
No, because it's usually it's like say it's always like the males are like brothers were born from the same litter.
Oh, okay, it's more like that.
Yeah, if they were born from the same litter, from the same linus and everything, if they take over a pride, it doesn't matter who sires because at the end of the day, the cubs bear their genes, their genetic markers.
They're either their children or their nephews and nieces.
It's all the same because we're same. They were both sired by the same father, same mother. So yeah, they pass on the genes like that. So they have an agreement. Hey, we take turns, run and train on this chick and see what happens.
Okay, so in the sense, there's no genetic what do you call it competition.
No, not when especially when it's two siblings. It's a gentleman agreement of sorts between them. Doesn't matter who mates with her as long as we both tap that ass, and she bears our cubs.
Shoot,
I mean, they both. Hey,
even in the
go
animal
ahead.
kingdom, men no honor.
There is a level of honor. I mean, we used to see like certain take for example whales, humpback whales. A male humpback will assist a female who has a young with her. Whenever there are orca who are on the hunt.
Hey, think about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many chicks do we have in our community trying out for fucking, let's say, girls, Olympics or
Wait, are you okay, Charles?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
I don't know. You were kind of mumbling up there for a moment. I'm like, you were like in and out of consciousness. You know what? Let's wrap this up, man. We've been up for 5 hours, man. We've been up for 5 hours. Everybody need to get some sleep.
All right, since everybody wants to get some sleep,
Yeah, it's you especially.
Ooh, I'm great.
Yeah, well, it's 9:15 over here. I gotta get my ass Up and running. 9:15 in the morning. All right.
I'm gonna start that day.
He's gone. I guess when we log out, this whole thing will shut down.
Yeah, I'll catch you
Hey,
later. He back.
welcome back, Charles. You got